Good evening. It's my pleasure to call to order this June 24th, 2021 meeting of the James City County Planning Commission. Mr. Holt, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Knoll.
Present.
Ms. Knoll represents the Stonehouse District. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose represents the Roberts District. Ms. Leverins.
Here.
Ms. Leverins is an at-large member. In accordance with the Planning Commission's adopted policy, Ms. Leverins is also participating remotely from home this evening due to a medical condition that prevents physical attendance. Mr. Polster.
Here.
Mr. Polster represents the Jamestown District. Mr. O'Connor.
Present.
Mr. O'Connor is an at-large member and is this year's vice chair. Mr. Kropp.
Here.
Mr. Kropp represents the Powhatan District. Mr. Haldeman.
Here.
Mr. Haldeman represents the Berkeley District and is this year's chair. I'm Paul Holt, Director of Community Development and Planning for the county. Also joining us virtually tonight is Mr. Max Halavin, our Deputy County Attorney. Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to take a second to recognize County Executive Scott Stevens is here tonight. And also in attendance is the chair of the Community Participation Team and a valued member of the Planning Commission Working Group, Ms. Ginny Wertman. Welcome, everyone. And I beg your pardon. How could I miss him? County Supervisor and Chair of the Board of Supervisors, Mr. Michael Hippel. I'm sorry, I didn't see you back there.
It's high.
You know what color shirt to wear, I see. We have room now for public comment. This is a time for anyone to make a comment on any subject that is not subject to a public hearing tonight. So anything not having to do with a comprehensive plan, if you'd like to make a comment, you have 3 minutes to do so. Mr. Holder, are there any speaker cards? No, sir. Is there anyone from the audience who would like to speak to this matter? Thank you very much. Reports of the commission, I think we have none. We had neither committee met this month. Consent agenda. Consent agenda items are determined to be non-controversial, and tonight there are no such items for consideration. So we'll move on to the public hearings. Which is the consideration of the comprehensive plan, Our County, Our Shared Future, James City County 2045 Comprehensive Plan. Ms. Cook, good evening.
Thank you. Thank you and good evening. The comprehensive plan before you this evening reflects contributions from the citizens of James City County, community organizations, and other stakeholders.
Excuse me, we can't hear you.
And the community participation team, the Planning Commission Working Group, and county staff. The public engagement efforts led by the community participation team have spanned over 2 years and have included a statistically significant citizen survey, a listening forum, and 4 rounds of public engagement efforts. The plan development, led by the Planning Commission Working Group, has also spanned 2 years and has been informed by the public engagement efforts just noted. Each section of the plan was revised with community input summaries, current facts and figures, pertinent information to meet state requirements, and updated goals, strategies, and actions. This update has also included scenario modeling and groundwork for the development of technical models to be used in the future to assess development impacts. This update has also examined a number of topics identified by the Planning Commission Working Group, and Board of Supervisors. On June 3rd, 2021, the Planning Commission Working Group recommended approval of the plan by a vote of 6-0 and approval of the future land use map by a vote of 5-2. A list of revisions to the text that have been made per Planning Commission Working Group guidance at that meeting is included in the cover memo for today's meeting. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission recommend adoption of the James City County 2045 Comprehensive Plan, Our County, Our Shared Future. Staff would be happy to answer your questions, and we also have with us tonight Vlad Gavrilovich with EPRPC and Leanne King with Clearing Associates, who are available as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any commissioners have any questions of staff?
Sure, later.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Ms. Cook. With that, I'll open the public hearing. We now have time for public comment and applicant comment. Applicants will have 15 minutes to speak. Any member of the public who represents a group will have 15 minutes to speak, and any individual will have 5 minutes to speak. And we have a fairly large collection of speaker cards, on top of which is Ms. Linda Rice, who is representing the Friends of Forge Road.
Good evening. My name is Linda Rice, and can you all hear me? And I live at 2394 Forge Road. And I'm here tonight, as Mr. Haldeman said, representing an organization which has had a 16-year history called Friends of Forge Road and Toano. And the mission of the organization has always been the preservation of rural lands and also historic preservation, and we've been pretty active in that for quite a while. Because of the nature of this comp plan and this particular rendition, we are very appreciative of all of the work that the Planning Commission Work Group, and all, I guess, of the other committees, and of course the staff has done in producing this draft document. And one of the reasons that we are encouraged by this document, which I might add, I've been around the county long enough to have seen several editions of a comp plan, is that this particular comp plan, I would say, really begins to emphasize the importance of the preservation of rural lands, and specifically the rural land corridor between Anderson's Corner and Toano, and also, of course, Forge Road. And for those of you who may not be as familiar with the Upper County, that really was the heart of agricultural enterprises for many years. And now what has happened is, thankfully, a good portion of these larger farms now have become horse farms. But nevertheless, the agricultural traditions still continue beyond just the horse farms. So one of the things that our group has really been emphasizing in our review of the plan has been the land use section. And so in regard to several of the items in the plan, we would support several statements that have been made in the draft plan. One of these being the importance of continuing to seek funding for existing programs with regard to the conservation of rural lands, and certainly it appears at least the resurrection of the Purchase of Development Rights program, which was very instrumental in preserving some substantial acreage in the Forge Road area. And we would also urge that beyond just PDR, that the county continue to look at opportunities with things like the Virginia Outdoor Foundation, the Nature Conservancy, and also the Historic Land Conservancy. Once those lands are gone, they're not coming back. The second item that we are very concerned about, and we would also urge this to remain in this draft comp plan, is the idea of reestablishing a rural economic development committee. There was such a committee several years ago, and we would like to see that reinstituted because I think there are opportunities up in the Upper County for that type of economic endeavor. Another thing that we are hopeful about is that the county, as recommended in this draft plan, will identify a staff position to oversee rural and agricultural development in the Upper County, and also to seek various mechanisms for not only protection but also for funding of those types of programs. Another item which is very significant for those of us in that area as well is the expansion of buffers and setback requirements. Some of you may be familiar with the fact that we have some property on Forge Road. Back in 2019, there was a coalition formed between several, I guess you would say, property owners. And the result of it was that we have on two of the parcels of land 800-foot setbacks that have been put in place in order, again, to protect the view shed of the road. And we would like to see those types of buffers continue for other property areas along this road, and certainly other areas in the Upper County. And then finally, we understand that there is some consideration in the plan and then also by, I believe it is, some members of the Board of Supervisors to consider increasing the minimal acreage in A1 zoning rather, to 1 unit at least with 20 acres. Right now, as all of you know, it's 1 unit per 3 acres. So we think all of this together are really important steps that have either been proposed in this draft plan or in fact, in some cases, are starting to be a source of serious conversation with the Board of Supervisors. So with that, I'd like to thank all of you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Mr. Chris Ward. Mr. Ward, you have, or Ms. Ward, I'm not sure. Mr. Ward, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening. I represent the Erdl family that owns property over on Ironbound Road in between Ironbound and Monticello. They've been there they've owned the land and have paid taxes for 70 years. My wife Edie's dad, when the county approached him about putting in the Monticello corridor, he was more than happy to help out. And all we're asking is give us an opportunity to sell our property the same way you've allowed all these developers on Monticello. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ms. Nancy Cottrell Cruz. And you have 5 minutes, Ms. Cruz.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Cottrell Cruzy, and my property is located at 3026 Forge Road. Our family has been involved in rural land preservation for generations. Thank you for all of your hard work on this comp plan, and thank you for the opportunity to share my opposition to the changes in the rural land policy in the new comprehensive plan. When I first heard about the proposed policy changes to A1 zoning, a move from 1 unit per 3 acres to 1 unit per 20 acres, my first response was, nobody knows this is going on. There's been no communication with negatively impacted landowners, and it is indisputable that the community has not had adequate time to digest the far-ranging impacts of these proposals. My second concern is a policy of 1 unit per 20 acres does not preserve rural lands in the way that has been envisioned. Large lots are too big to mow and too small to plow. Scattered houses will not be surrounded by small farms. Large lots worsen suburban sprawl and cause everyone to have to move farther out and farther out. Commute time is increased on rural roads, which adds infrastructure costs to the county. If these rural land policies were implemented, housing prices will escalate in James City County due to the draconian restrictions on the number of future houses. Currently, the median housing price is already $436,000, up over 18% in the past year, and over 100,000 in the past 2 years. Consider counties in Virginia that implemented large lot zoning years ago. I quote from published newspaper accounts. Albemarle County, median house price $429,000. Leaders say that planned growth areas need to be increased in size and zoning changes made to allow new construction that will meet the needs of moderate income residents. Fauquier County, median home price $472,000. There is broad consensus that there is a significant lack of housing in Fauquier County that is affordable to households making less than $100,000 per year, mainly due to local zoning laws which prioritize open space and lack of density. Loudoun County, median home price $560,000, looking for creative ways to force affordable housing to be built. Note the common concern, affordable housing. Moral of story, there is no free lunch. Someone always pays. The proposed new policy changes might seem attractive because there's no upfront cost to the county. But current landowners bear the cost in reduced property values. The working class, lower class, and minorities bear the cost of this exclusionary zoning by being priced out of the market or paying an ever larger percentage of their total income in housing. Taxpayers bear the cost due to the increased cost of government housing programs. James City County can avoid the mistakes that other counties have made. It has been presented a toolbox of rural land policies during the Engage 2045 process by both the rural policy consultants and the workforce housing consultants. James City County has chosen a hammer for rural land policy, 1 lot per 20 acres. Hammers housing supply and only modestly affects rural viewsheds. But there are many other tools in the toolbox. Many Virginia counties who currently share our same objectives recognize that large lot zoning is not their solution and that they must include additional avenues for continued development of workforce housing. These counties are using creative combinations of policies to preserve rural lands while not hammering housing supply so dramatically. Our county has an opportunity to craft an effective rural land policy that balances constituencies and provides better opportunities for working and lower income citizens. In summary, I'm opposed to the rural land policies as they are stated in the new comprehensive plan, as they exacerbate our critical housing shortage, drive up housing prices, and only satisfy the interests of the wealthy. Thank you for listening to me tonight.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Mary Adol. I hope I pronounced that correctly. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you first of all, for the opportunity to speak and for the work, the hours that you put into this comp plan. Good evening. My name is Mary Cottrell Adol, and I live on Lombardy Farm at 2724 Forge Road. I am the example of what my sister Nancy was talking about. I'm a school teacher and I'm a single working mom. Should these policies be in effect, can I afford to build a home on my own farm? No way. I would not be able to afford to put a 400-foot driveway on my land, dig a well, and build a house on my own property. This hurts me. My retirement is in the land. And if I can't, when I already own my own land, how can there be any hope for the rest of the working class in this county? My family has farmed in James City County since before the Civil War. We have given and given and given to this county over generations to help make it a better place to live. And now you're saying with these policies that we and other members of the working class, just like us, don't count anymore. Do you enjoy going to a farmer's market? My father was a founder of the market on Strawberry Plains Road. He saw the need for farmers in the area to be able to sell produce and for residents to be able to buy locally grown products. And what about the recently completed fire station at the end of the Forge Road? Pride number 1. What an asset to our community. My father was one of the original volunteer firemen who protected fellow residents. He used to get called out in the middle of the night to fight fires. And what about the needy in this community? Both of my parents saw to it that the needy and periphery did not starve. Season after season, I remember their generosity, sharing the fruits of their labor with both the rich and the poor, friends and neighbors, just about everyone we knew. They gave away pork, beef, chicken, all kinds of fruits and vegetables. So you see, this is my legacy, a legacy where all people were considered worthy of fair and equitable treatment with equal opportunities. Here's the thing. You're harming people like me. Once again, I am the example. You are sending a message to our community that you don't count unless you're rich. What I'm here for tonight is not really about Lumberty Farm. It's about who my family has always cared about, the working citizens of this community. These rules are absurd because they harm them. The firefighters, the business owners, the teachers, and all the workers should be able to buy and build near the places where they live. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Tim Trant, representing the Cottrell family. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Trant.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. It's my privilege to be here tonight before you on behalf of the Cottrell family. For the record, Tim Trant, attorney with Kaufman and Knowles, 4801 Courthouse Street here in James City County. Probably little I can say to follow on the heels of Mary and Nancy, but I'll try to touch on some points that are not redundant of what they shared with you on behalf of the family. And they center around two themes, one which we believe is some inequity in the policies that are promoted, particularly in connection with the rural lands in the comp plan, and some potentially contradictory land use policies as well. Speak up so I make sure everybody can hear me. As you've heard from Nancy and Mary, one of their big concerns, the family's big concerns, is the proposed cap on density in the rural lands, which presumably would set the stage for an ordinance amendment of similar nature. And some setbacks that are sort of arbitrarily proposed along Forge Road, which have the same effect of reducing the development potential in the rural lands, which I think in a vacuum we would all say sounds like motherhood and apple pie. That is, unless you are one of the landowners in the rural lands. And as Mary more eloquently said, for multiple generations have subsidized through your family's hard work and tax-paid dollars and insurance and general maintenance and blood, sweat, and tears, you have privately subsidized the rural character of the county. To them, it sounds like a retrade on that public contract. And particularly because there's no offsetting sort of benefit, no offer of compromise, no mitigation of the financial loss that represents. And there are tools. There's tools talked about in the comp plan, tools that have been implemented successfully, I would argue, by the county in the past, but are not proposed necessarily as conditions on the implementation of these rules. And I'm speaking specifically of transfer of development rights, which is mentioned, I think, quite superficially and not very thoughtfully in the comp plan, and the purchase of development rights. And I'm not at liberty, as you might have guessed, to suggest that the family would think that the policies are okay if these things were implemented. But I am here to say that it would certainly help mitigate some of the burden of their family and others like them, and there are many. That if those policies that are proposed to preserve the rural lands, to reduce the character, to promote that motherhood and apple pie, were conditioned on one of a couple of things, right? The meaningful funding of a purchase of development rights program. That say, hey, look, we want to do this, but it should be done in connection with a meaningful program to fund and implement a purchase of development right program. Or alternatively, or they could be used together, a private market for the accomplishment of the same thing, which is the implementation of a transfer of development rights program. And the sort of the list of challenges that sort of are used to dismiss the TDR program in the existing comp plan and the proposed comp plan are really just a list of issues that would have to be addressed in that program, that would have to be incorporated into that program. Not a reason not to do it, just things that would have to be built in and addressed in the implementation of that program. It's been done successfully in localities, one in particular that I have experience with in Stafford County just this past year. And last but not least, the result of the changes proposed in the comp plan, I think is fair to say is an overall net reduction in residential development potential across the county, both inside and outside the PSA. It's not unique to the rural lands. And I would caution the county and encourage the county to allow meaningful opportunity for future growth. Not open the floodgates, not throw open the path to development, but to leave meaningful opportunities for future growth. And I don't think that's addressed inside the PSA. If the county is determined to reduce the development potential in the rural lands, I think it has a corresponding burden to plan for future generations and to proportionately increase the development potential within the PSA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, Ms. Claudia Cotton. Representing the Coastal Virginia Building Industry Association, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Mr. Holt, staff. My name is Claudia Cotton. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Coastal Virginia Building Industry Association. We represent almost 500 member companies that build homes and apartments and manage those homes and mostly apartments in your community. We also represent thousands of their employees, some of you may be friends and neighbors. Wanted to give you a perspective tonight as you consider the land use policies for the comp plan, but first let me congratulate you on getting to this point. It's been laborious, I'm sure, and a long time, and I know a lot of work and time has gone into it, so I commend you for getting to this point. The Harvard Joint Center for Housing Studies just released its 2021 National Housing Report, and it confirmed that the housing market lacks supply, and residential construction in particular is challenged by a number of issues: regulatory burdens, building material availability, land and lot access, and a skilled labor shortage. And this will continue to price people out of the market, particularly minorities and those of low income. Regulations, it's been reported by our national association that has done multiple studies that regulations on all levels of government account for almost 24% of the cost of a new single-family home. So the draft comp plan acknowledges the need for increased supply of affordable and mixed-income housing, yet the policy that's been mentioned earlier to increase the required lot size in the rural lands area runs directly counter to that. Please keep in mind the positive impact that residential home building can have on the county's economy. Probably the most obvious impact of new construction are the jobs generated for construction workers. It's estimated that 2.9 full-time jobs are created by each house that's built. But more broadly, jobs also are generated in the industries that produce lumber, concrete, lighting fixtures, heating equipment, and other products that go into a home, and those that sell those products. Still others are generated by professionals, such as architects, engineers, real estate agents, lawyers, accountants, and all of those who provide services to home builders, home buyers, and remodelers. There are also ongoing annual local impacts that result from new homes being built and occupied. The occupants pay taxes. They otherwise participate in the local economy year after year. The ongoing impacts also include the effect of increased property taxes based on the difference between the value of raw land and the value of a completed housing unit on a finished lot. So does the comp plan anticipate the value of lost income to landowners in the rural lands area? Does it, instead of downzoning or recommending downzoning in the rural lands area, We ask you to explore the other tools in your toolbox that's been mentioned for farmland preservation for those who wish to participate and have their farmland preserved. There are also statewide conservation easement programs, tax credits, and other concepts. Thank you very much for your attention and all your hard work.
Thank you very much. Mr. Trant, back front and center, representing the Creighton companies. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, back again, this time on behalf of the Creighton companies. This will be my last appearance before you this evening, so you're off the hook after this. The Creighton companies are partnered with 7-Eleven, and their interest, as you probably saw in my letter, relates to the Croker 7-Eleven. They are, an unfortunate timing issue, they are in the midst of proposing and working on putting together a redevelopment of that convenience store and gas station to a more modern model, larger, more open floor plan, prepared foods, better aesthetics and architectural treatment of the facility. And in order to do that, their site now is about an acre, and it's an old, I'm sure you've all been there and bought stuff there. It's an old 7-Eleven model. This would be a new, fresh appearance. But in order to do that, they would need more land, and they're in the process of talking with at least one of the neighbors in that area, the church in particular, about acquiring some of their excess acreage to redevelop that site. And it would entail a rezoning and also a special use permit, I believe. So it would have to come back before you and ultimately the Board of Supervisors. But the proposed comp plan change, which would take this neighborhood, it's a neighborhood commercial node. There's just a small neighborhood commercial node right in the vicinity of this 7-Eleven, sort of spilling onto the adjacent properties. The proposed comp plan change, which strangely did not go through the Planning Commission working group, the planning working group, as I understand it, would remove that area from the PSA and change the designation to rural lands, which would make almost impossible, in my 20 years of experience, a rezoning and special use permit for the redevelopment of that store. It is, I will submit as a customer, a neighborhood amenity. It's a very small commercial node. It's isolated. It doesn't permit the redevelopment of that into some major commercial center, but it does allow for that commercial node to grow and to be vibrant and to survive into the future. And it's of significant value to all the folks that live on Croker Road, Ware Creek Road, Sycamore Landing, visitors to the state park. It's pretty popular stop that won't look ever much different if it even ultimately remains, unless it's allowed to redevelop. So I would humbly and respectfully request that you preserve that neighborhood commercial node on that side of 64. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Toby Wiseman. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. My name is Toby Wiseman, and I'm here tonight as a concerned James City County resident who is in opposition to the current draft of the 2045 Comprehensive Plan. My issues are with both the process and the substance of the A1 policy recommendations, namely the downzoning from 1 unit per 3 acres to 1 unit per 20 acres. And this was advertised to the public in the Virginia Gazette on June 12th and 19th, but it was a voluminous notice that would have probably taken most people a lot of time to wade through it. First, it appears that it was a truncated and untransparent process that ushered these recommendations. The downzoning was discussed briefly in Planning Commission meetings and presented to the Board of Supervisors at the May 25th meeting. The board unanimously voted it forward as a conceptual idea to consider, and now it's in the final draft of the comp plan. The public hearing notice that was published only 3 weeks in advance of the meeting is not ample time for research and consideration. And why were such significant policy changes added to the comp plan so late? Importantly, letters were not sent to the affected landowners, and we wonder why not. Large lot zoning is known as exclusionary zoning, which was mentioned before, which benefits the wealthy homeowners whose values in their homes increase, but not commensurately the landowners, whose typically suffer a reduction in market value. Further, this excludes lower income families from the housing market, and it appears as class segregation. This has been well studied and actually evidenced in other Virginia counties, as previously mentioned also. Moreover, federal taxpayers, of which we all are then charged with the cost of government programs aimed at providing affordable housing because of overregulation by state and local governments. The Cato Institute noted that state and local governments can tackle housing affordability problems directly by overhauling their development rules. And with federal aid going to states that have more restrictive zoning rules and development rules and housing costs, the aid is actually a disincentive for the state to try to rectify the problem, which they can do by reducing the regulations and compensating property owners for a regulatory taking. So notably, with the 2019 James City County Workforce Housing Task Force, it's a mouthful, was cognizant of the need for a symbiotic interaction between the workforce housing and rural land preservation. And they did have 13 months of due diligence, and it was a process that included citizens, and it was recommended to the Board of Supervisors how to expand housing options for working individuals and families. They knew that there wasn't one silver bullet that would address the problem, and as we've heard earlier, that there is a toolbox of initiatives that were recommended. Specifically, it was stated that thousands of James City County workers cannot afford housing in the county, and the county should balance the need to expand workforce housing options with the need to preserve and maintain the unique rural character and cultural resources of the county, which can be done by restarting the PDR program. The county should endeavor to create economically integrated neighborhoods, quote unquote. So it appears that the county's proposed changes were contrary to the recommendations. As a homeowner with children who I hope will one day return here after college, it would be deeply disappointing to me if, as young adults early in their careers, that they could not find affordable housing in their own hometown because of avoidable zoning negative policies around zoning. So I strongly urge for your serious consideration to not move forward with the proposed policies and the current draft of the 2045 comp plan. I greatly appreciate your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lawrence Hajek? I'm pretty sure I butchered your name. I apologize. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Give me, I gotta pull this up, apologies. All right, I'm here this evening to speak against the use of both residential and large-scale wind power in James City County as it is proposed in the 2045 comp plan. Numerous studies have been conducted on the noise levels produced by wind power. For large-scale wind farms, the noise levels are anywhere from 45 decibels at 300 meters to all the way up to 100 decibels within 100 meters at high wind speeds. This is an excerpt from the NIH website. The noise is described as piercing, preoccupying, and continually surprising, as it is irregular with intensity. The noise includes grating and incongruous sounds that distract the attention or disturb rest. The spontaneous recurrence of these noises disturbs the sleep, suddenly awakening the subject when the wind rises and preventing the subject from going back to sleep. Wind turbines have been blamed for other problems experienced by people living nearby. These are less precise and less described and consistent, subjective of headaches, fatigue, dizziness, and nausea, and sometimes vomiting and insomnia. 2009 literature review prepared by the Minnesota Department of Health summarized that large wind turbines in particular areas catalog complaints of annoyance, reduced quality of life, health effects associated with wind turbines, and sleepiness and headaches. And it has also been reported that in Wisconsin, they've had to provide financial relocation assistance for families that are suffering adverse health effects due to these wind turbines. As it pertains to residential wind turbines or microturbines, the noise levels vary between wind speeds, but are typically between 40 and 60 decibels at 100 feet. It doesn't sound like much, but when you calculate the cumulative impact of multiple turbines operating at the same time within a small residential area, it thus becomes general background noise for that area. Given the adverse effects reported above and the lack of long-term studies being conducted on residential wind turbines, allowing or encouraging these may have detrimental long-term effects on our community. Shadow flicker. Both large and small wind turbines emit a shadow effect on homes and businesses, which at best will be annoying and nagging. For residential wind turbines, these shadow flickers will be shared with your neighbors, and one cannot control both the sun and the position of the home. Power. The average Virginia resident uses 1,156 kilowatt hours per month for a total of 13,872 per year. At a rate of 11 cents per kilowatt hour, the average Virginia resident pays about $1,617 for power. These numbers vary from household to household depending on the age and the infrastructure within the house. The average cost of a properly installed wind turbine, residential wind turbine, is anywhere from $15,000 to $75,000. Based on the average wind speed for James City County, which is 7 miles an hour, the kilowatt output for these residential wind turbines is about 2.2 kilowatt per hour per day, totaling 803 per year, or 5% of the total energy consumption of the average home. Based on this cost alone, it will take anywhere from 9 to 46 years to realize any value from the purchase of these wind turbines. Furthermore, cybersecurity in China. As all our household items and energy systems move towards the Internet of Things environment, some of these residential turbines have monitors that connect online to provide real-time information to the user. The vast majority of these turbines and or their components are manufactured in China. By increasing the use of these goods purchased directly or indirectly from China is an added security vulnerability to our internet infrastructure. Each Chinese device that is hooked up to the internet is a compromise of our infrastructure and security. Birds. Windmills are responsible for the death of countless birds. Kill permits are issued prior to the operation of a windmill farm due to the foreseen culling that will occur. Is the opportunity cost of killing innocent wildlife worth it? Non-biodegradable materials, maintenance, longevity, and the untold carbon footprint. Both large and small wind turbines take an enormous amount of raw materials to construct, and none of these materials are biodegradable. It must also be noted that these materials will most likely be mined and sourced by China using indentured labor from either its own citizens or citizens of another country. The mining of these materials is also an emitter of carbon emissions in addition to the emissions of the total manufacturing process. Once completed, these materials are shipped via cargo ship around the world to the U.S., increasing emissions over our oceans. Once here and installed, there are no long-term studies on the longevity and maintenance of these residential wind turbines, which could mean that many of them don't live up to the point where the owner can see a net gain on energy production. When these turbines fail or break, they end up in our landfills or in one of our nation's windmill graveyards. In summary, we must do our due diligence on these matters before enlisting our community in these short-sighted plans, which will affect the health and safety of our county. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Bobby Hornsby. Have 5 minutes, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Bobby Hornsby with Hornsby Real Estate. I'm a broker, appraiser, a Class A building contractor working in Williamsburg, James City County for 41 years in real estate. And I want to thank you all for your diligent service in your work toward sound planning goals for the future of James City County and our area. I just want to mention I'm also actively involved with the Historic Virginia Land Conservancy, where I've received the Steward of the Land Award. In any event, I've represented many property owners in the purchase, sale, and development of rural parcels in James City County. And in the spirit of full disclosure, I currently represent the Cottrell sisters as we work to market their 56-acre parcel located at 30264 Forge Road. I've also worked with Jack Ray and helped him assemble property for his wonderful activities for the revitalization of Toano. And as we know, the success of his endeavor will largely depend on participation from a growing number of nearby residents to provide customers for these services that will flourish in Toano, we all hope. Many items in this plan before us tonight substantially limit that possibility, and I want to share my beliefs that this plan is not ready yet for implementation due to substantial difficulty caused by the pandemic in notifying and communicating with property owners and stakeholders alike regarding the many details outlined in this plan. There simply has not been enough information shared with the public and enough time for the public to understand it. I personally own a parcel on Old Town Road and was not notified of specific proposed changes in designation and density until I did receive a certified letter in the spring of 2001. Well, this drafting and discussion process had been going on for many months, and but we can't go back and change the limitations to good communication that were caused by COVID-19. But I think we can be open to change some of the core details outlined in the plan as it stands now. And one of the biggest changes presented here in this plan is the switching of the minimum lot size in A1 zone from 1 unit per 3 acres to 1 unit per 20 acres. We've heard all about this evening. But I want to just say that there are already numerous laws and requirements in place that effectively reduce the units per acre that are being developed in A1, such as the number of lots that can be served by private wells before you have to establish a water supply system, also septic issues and resource protection areas that often further limit density. There are dozens and dozens of wonderful, beautiful homes and subdivisions, Martin Farm Estates, Warren Farm Estates, Chadwick Estates, and the numerous parcels across along Forge Road that are all 6 acres, 8 acres, 10 acres, 12 acres, 16 under this new regulation. Many of the folks who live on Forge Road now couldn't have the properties that they live in now because of this new regulation. But we have tools already that have made it possible only to create, even with 1 unit per 3 acre, we have created a number of great looking, lovely, rural land style subdivisions, farmettes, they're often called in the business, but hardly any of them are 3 acres. They're mostly all bigger because of the other tools we have to work with. So different planners through the years have told me that, well, this is just a comp plan. It's an outline for the future with suggestions. It's not a zoning change. But there are many times that myself and other attorneys representing parcels have been in front of James City County Commissions and supervisors who then say, well, this particular density or cluster request goes against the comp plan and therefore will not be considered. So this does set some precedent for future rezoning situations. Regarding clusters, which was a way that we could group and create more green area in the rural lands, this new Clause 5A in the Rural Land Designation Description Chart says that density should be no higher than the maximum permitted density in the underlying zoning district, even in a cluster. I'm just reading. Lot sizes may be reduced as appropriate to maximize the preservation, and then there's a list of standards, but I'm just saying it's very limiting to that 20 acres for one lot. So we are now making plans here that affect the quality of life of our children and their children. We're looking right up here at this sign, James City County 2045. My granddaughter hopefully will be, interested in being here at that time. And it's not just a question of our decisions now affecting their ability to enjoy open space and rural views, but also to be able to afford to live here at all. So I just respectfully request that we hold off on implementation of this plan until there's been more detailed and simplified descriptions of all the new changes made available to landowners and stakeholders in James City County. I appreciate your time this evening, and thank you again for all your sound work on this plan. It is really detailed. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. John Greer. Good evening. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Greer.
Good evening. My name is John Greer, and I'm a planning consultant that was asked to look at the implications of land use app 2013 regarding the Oakland farm site. And actually, I'd like to keep my remarks fairly brief, I guess, with the indulgence of the chair. If I could just circulate some written remarks or give them to the staff for later.
If you would just give them to the staff, thank you.
All right. So, real quickly, it looks like the subject of this matter is a fairly small amount of moderate density designation on the front of a 90-acre tract. It's about 20 acres, so about a quarter to a fifth of the site. So in, I guess, relative amount, it's small, but it does have a major impact on how you design the site. Keeping the moderate density on the front would give a lot more flexibility in the site design, achieve, I think, a lot more of your objectives. So I'd just like to leave you with the request that you take another look at that. Just consider, can you still meet, which is what I hear is the overarching objective of rural character preservation along the corridors. I think if you have the moderate density on there, you can compact the development, provide a deeper buffer, but then within the site, you can achieve far more of your other objectives, your policy objectives in terms of housing, environmental protection, internal green space, and other good site design attributes. So I'll just leave you with that, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Alan Shea? You have 5 minutes, Mr. Shea.
Hello, my name is Alan Shia, and I'm representing York River Estates, which currently owns 416 acres off of Croker Road, 4568 Ware Creek Road. And as stated by the other people earlier, the changes that you're proposing for the rural district is unacceptable, and at this time we would be opposed to the change opposed to the master plan going forward as it is. Also, we are very concerned about the relocation of the PSA. We feel that that is also detrimental to our property that we have purchased and have been patiently waiting to develop in this sometime in the near future. I appreciate your time. We have sent a letter over to you guys, and hopefully you guys had a chance to review it and stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Vert. Mr. James Britton?
Good evening, I'm Jim Britton, live at 7144 Pine Brook Road in Williamsburg. I'm here to address the Planning Commission on several subjects tonight. I am deeply concerned with Engage 2045 and some of the elements that have been inserted into it along the way. I have deep concern with things such as residential windmills being put in the plan that have not enough information behind them. Another person already spoke to that. I'm very concerned with the carbon sequestration, which has been inserted in there as well. I would bring to the board's attention that ExxonMobil has not figured out how to do carbon sequestration, whereas at the James City County thinks that they can come up with the regulations for it. For those of you that don't know what carbon sequestration is, it's capturing the CO2 that comes out of manufacturing or into the air and capturing it before it comes into the air, and then insert it back into the ground. So that's carbon sequestration. I think that's something that we need a little more information on before we start putting it into the comp plan. We do already have several other vehicles that we use right now in James City County to protect our natural resources. The before mentioned RPAs, the AFDs, the amount of trees that we allow, Chesapeake Bay Act are also used as buffers. But this actually allows a mechanized, man-made machine to go in and remove the carbon from the air and insert it back into the ground. The phrases that I get very, very suspicious about are when we use things like study, analyze, research, all things that mean money that we don't have in James City County to spend on things that really should be coming through the state from the DEQ and all the way down. So that would be something that I would certainly like to bring to your attention. Also, very strangely, the Moortown Road extension has been taken out of the plan. It is, in my opinion, that when the solar farm was approved, some people may have thought that was enough of an impediment to make sure the Moortown Road extender does not get put in. I would strongly suggest for you to reconsider putting the Moortown Road extender back into the 2045 plan. Many people don't know that in 20 years, the solar farm will come up for recertification, and that solar farm can go away. There may not be the economic interest. We also may have had progress in other ways for our energy. So that solar farm is a temporary place. It was actually, to me, the detriment of the county that the Planning Commission and or the Board of Supervisors did not keep that roadway in as a proposed roadway. I've been around long enough to remember when the proposed roadway of the extension of 199 was on the tax maps for about 40 years, and it finally got completed. So I would wish the board to reconsider that. I also would like to also say that with the people that came before me, that the rezoning or the downzoning of the A1 to 15 or 20 acre parcels is a huge detriment. It will actually cause the sprawl that everyone wants to stop. What I do believe in as a 40-year real estate broker in James City County, that you should consider things like cluster zoning and allowing people to have developments that will have more green area, but have more capacity in a smaller area. That will stop some of the growth off into the counties, which you're trying to avoid already. The random moving of the PSA is also a silly exercise as well. The PSA has been used as a demarcation for zoning for the last 40 years. It's a joke. You need to think about moving the PSA in a reasonable fashion to allow reasonable growth for low-income housing. Things of that nature, those are all tools at your disposal. I also agree that the 2045 Planning Commission study or the comprehensive plan needs more time for the public to be able to have input. I think it's a shame that some of this was done during COVID, and although I do agree that there was a tremendous amount of work that was put in it, I don't think enough public comment was allowed. And I would like to have the commission and or the Board of Supervisors have more time for public input. But thank you all very much. Thanks for letting us have a voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chris Woodfin?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate the time to speak just for a few minutes. My name is Chris Woodfin. I live at 98 Meadowcrest Trail in the Mirror Lake subdivision off Croker Road. I also have a law office right off of Richmond Road in Norge there with the little Norge post office. So I appreciate the time. I'm here to ask this board to consider reinserting the economic opportunity zone and the Moortown Road extension from Lighthouse Road to Croker Road back into the comp plan. I understand that it has been removed, and I do think that that would be a major benefit to removing some of the congestion, particularly on Richmond Road at the moment. I graduated from William & Mary as an undergrad in '95. Back then, Richmond Road, we had congestion down towards the college. But we didn't really there wasn't a whole lot further out. Now, as the county has progressed, which is a good thing, you've got 199, and that has increased the businesses along Richmond Road. And now, when I leave my house that I bought out in Mirror Lakes when my wife and I decided to move back here, that I pretty much look for any way to get to 199 that I don't have to go to Richmond Road if I can avoid it. Because the congestion along Richmond Road has become a bit unbearable, particularly depending on what's going on at the weekends at the college and so forth. Now, that congestion has gotten even greater since the Wawa moved in right there at Lighthouse and Richmond Road. And I love Wawa, glad it's there. My wife was thrilled when they put the Wawa in there. So nothing against the Wawa, but it has definitely increased the congestion right there at that intersection. We need to maintain that Moortown Road extension or Morehouse Road extension into the comp plan basically for the future development. It'll have minimum, if they have, once it's finally done, it'll have minimum impact on Croker Road, especially if done in the conjunction with the continued 4-lane widening of Croker Road. That right there would do a tremendous amount to remove some of the congestion off of Richmond Road. It's not going to remove all of it, but also allow for the economic opportunities that the county over the past, I was gone for 20 years and I came back and felt the county had done a good job on building and continuing to bring jobs and, a place that my wife and I wanted to move back to with our 2 kids. And I'd like to see that continue. And I think by maintaining an economic opportunity zones, such as the one we're talking about here, doing the extension, you're going to continue to make James City County a place where people are going to want to move to. They're going to want to live. They're going to have jobs. They're going to be able to stay home for those that are born here. I mean, I hope my kids one day actually stay here. So I really encourage you to consider putting that back into the comp plan. And, as the previous speaker said, it doesn't have to be done next year. Obviously, the 199 was in there for a long time before they actually did it. But by keeping it in the comp plan, you've maintained the option. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jim Cavey? Mr. Cavey? I'm sorry, Carrie, I beg your pardon.
Are you starting to hear the people regarding Eastern State? Is that how you're doing this?
No, it's not how, well, I guess it is, yes. You're at Rollison Drive?
Yes, I am.
Great, so it's Carrie, I beg your
Good
pardon.
evening. My name is James Carey, and I've lived with my wife Sarah at 5195 Rollison Drive in Newtown for 6 years. Let me start by stating this is regarding Eastern State Hospital property, which we have only received notice in the last 10 days of that activity, and many of the people that are in the room here and are going to speak will speak to the Eastern State Hospital property. But I'd like to say that the Commonwealth of Virginia has failed the residents of Newtown, the residents of James City County, and the residents of the region by their approach to the sale of the Eastern State property. The sale, nearly 400 acres, began in 2014, and the Commonwealth has chosen to conduct the transaction in a secretive fashion outside the public view. No forum was established for public comment or participation. Here's what we know. Eastern State property is one of the largest, if not the largest, undeveloped property in James City County primary service area. After marketing the site for 7 years, the state has chosen a development entity, ABVA, for a portion of the Eastern State property. We only know this through the documents through your website. The plans posted for parcel C1 and C2 of the development suggest the only access to the property is on land the development entity currently controls in Newtown. It should be noted these access points are scheduled for transfer to the Newtown Residential Association and the Newtown Commercial Association. We assume the developer will hold off transferring those property out of his control until the county grants all approvals are in place for the Eastern State land. The Commonwealth has chosen not to address key questions regarding the development in a public forum. Are there access parcels through the Eastern State property rather than through the Newtown neighborhoods? Are there any? We don't know. Has the Commonwealth developed engineering or other studies to confirm the feasibility of any access points through the Eastern State property? Is providing access through Newtown the least cost way for providing access? Is Newtown's access through our property and channeling traffic to Newtown a way of the Commonwealth increasing their compensation for the purchase of the property? We don't know. There's not a forum to ask that question, nor can we ask you. Is this a sole source transaction in which ABVA is the only developer able to develop the property given their current control of the access points? Would providing access through the property to Eastern State allow the Commonwealth to market the site more broadly? If the access through Newtown was the least cost and preferred approach to providing the access, why did the Commonwealth wait 7 years to approach the Newtown community only through your public notice? That's the only, we have not received any notice from the Commonwealth, just your public notice telling us that this property is being sold to the developer, who coincidentally built my home. Is the access to the least cost and preferred alternative to the Newtown appropriate community, the sole source developer, ABVA? Is the value realized for the property the only consideration the Commonwealth used for the developer selection? You can't answer those questions, nor has the Commonwealth given us a forum to ask those questions in selecting the developer. Is cost the only issue, or do they have other criteria? I realize you can't answer these questions, but they must be answered. If you choose to move forward with the future land use plan, in which LU 20-0002 Eastern State Newtown Edition, you will choose to continue the Commonwealth secretive approach. The Commonwealth will avoid conversation and dialogue. These questions will not be answered, requiring the developer and the Commonwealth to request a traditional plan change at a future date will provide the forum to shine some light on this process by asking questions outlined above. I am requesting that you remove LU 20-0002 Eastern State Newtown Edition from the future land use map to facilitate a forum to ask these questions through a future planning change process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Mary Cheston, representing the Board of Directors of the Newtown Residential Association. Cheston, you have 15 minutes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mary Cheston, and I serve as a director on the Board of Directors of the Newtown Residential Association. I am here to speak about the proposed addition of land that was designated in the draft master plan as mixed-use Newtown as part of the sale of Eastern State Hospital. Our Board of Directors met in their monthly meeting this afternoon, and we have discussed the proposal and have passed a resolution, which I will share with you now. Land use application LU 20-0002. Whereas ABVA has submitted a land use application to James City County to add additional acres to Newtown from Eastern State Hospital, land being sold by the state of Virginia. Whereas the Newtown Residential Association was not consulted on this application and has not concurred in adding any future housing to our homeowners association. Whereas the details of this application have not been publicly shared or briefed to the residents of Newtown. And whereas the impacts of the application are likely to be substantial and the benefits to Newtown undetermined. The Board of Directors of the Newtown Residential Association request that the Planning Commission modify the proposed land use change, mixed use Newtown, and eliminate Newtown from the description. Or table this proposal until further consultation can be held with the state of Virginia, the applicant, and the property owners in the Newtown Residential Association. This vote was taken at 5:10 this afternoon, and we will have a signed official version of the resolution for your staff in the morning. I would just close by saying that there are many other speakers here this evening to share the specific concerns that residents have with this proposal and with the draft plan. This particular land use redesignation is not Newtown. Thank you.
Ms. Virginia Stewart Dopp.
Thank all of you for your public service and your wonderful staff. We appreciate them too. There is always a cost to doing business. Attached to that concept is a moral imperative, that it be borne by those who will reap the profit, not by those whose lives will be adversely affected by the enterprise. My husband and I affectionately refer to our home in Newtown as the FRP, Final Resting Place. But this proposal will certainly remove the restful part of that. The Eastern State parcel in question was not on the county's master plan as part of Newtown when we arrived here and built a home in a charming pedestrian community. And certainly, ABVA has a right to purchase and develop the Eastern State property, but under no circumstances should it become an extension of Newtown. The additional people would overwhelm our amenities and resources, but worse is the idea that access would be through our residential streets. There are other points of entrance. There are other options. There are several from Ironbound Road, something the developers would have to factor into their bottom line because they're probably more expensive. Should this proposal be granted, the bottom line of many current citizens will be negatively affected. And by then it will be out of our control. If I needed to sell my house so I could go to the old folks' home, who would buy it, knowing that they will be living in chaos in the near term and in a sprawling megalopolis forever? This development, in its current iteration, degrades the original concept of Newtown, a close-knit pedestrian community. Our community has had 9 days to respond to over a year of planning and submitting of documents by the developers. And we need time to research and do our own planning. That is our right and obligation. It's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that once you approve this comprehensive plan with that parcel being assigned to Newtown, we will not have another chance to offer input. Other jurisdictions in this area have postponed major decisions like the approval of a comprehensive plan until several years from now because of the delays caused by COVID. Tonight, I ask you to either deny the proposal as presented for this land or defer your decision to a future date so you may have citizen participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. J. Epstein. You have 5 minutes, sir.
15 minutes?
5.
I'm the builder. I'm the owner.
I beg your pardon. Excuse me.
I got
15 minutes
here,
it is.
And I've got she's going to put up some.
Yep.
To get started, I'm Jay Epstein. I'm a developer builder in James City County. I've been building here for close to 35, 40 years. I started out with affordable housing with many rezonings here and probably in the amount of about 300 homes. After that fact, in 2014, and you getting me? She's trying, okay. After that, I left the area to build in Richmond, Virginia. And I build with the Department of Energy. It's a zero energy ready home concept to where we give the buyer a choice to add solar now or later. But these are high performance homes that we build. And we're leading the pathway to decarbonization of our environment. And we're doing that by building these high performance homes. So a typical home, as you're looking up here, would be 17,000 pounds of carbon that's released every year after the home's been constructed. Our homes, because they're highly energy efficient, and the products that we're using, it's reduced to about 2,000 pounds. Walnut Farm, if you're familiar with our community, it's the first zero energy ready home community in Virginia. Slow it down till I nap. Okay, we gotta do that. But it's basically taken off well, and it's proving that we can give a utility bill of $6.50, and through third-party certifications, that we can reduce the carbon print. Our second community that's been planned is Solera Woods, and that's the Marston LLC property, and that's what I'm talking about this evening. Planning has recommended that we are not allowed to go into the to join the primary service area. What we're requesting is that we're trying to build a community, and this is a look at it. It's a by right community. It's probably one of the only properties outside the primary service area that's zoned R1. So we can build this today. But this community I envision is not only having, not solar on the rooftop because we want to keep the trees. I envision a community where we have a microgrid, a solar garden, which since last year that we've been working on it, Scott Stovall, the senator out of Fairfax, got approved through the General Assembly the ability to be able to have a solar farm, a microgrid that can be owned by the homeowners association that every homeowner out there can share in the credits at 12 cents a watt versus 12 cents a watt. You've heard talk this evening about solar farms. Well, they're selling wholesale at 3.5 cents, and then Dominion is reselling it to us. And their very first one they did, they actually charged 2 cents more a watt to say that your home was solar, that your electricity was solar, that you were cutting down that carbon print. Here we have an opportunity, just like I brought with Walnut Farm, the first zero energy ready home community in the state of Virginia, and the first community that won a national award through the Department of Energy, the Grant Award by design, that we outdid any production builder from California to the East Coast. And in the continuance of this, in my hometown, Solera Woods is our next community. Solera Woods is a paradox of names because it's Solar, Sierra Club, and it's the Solar Alliance groups. And now both of these groups can merge together at a community like this because we're not taking down the trees. At Walnut Farm, we had to clear cut because we had to worry about southeast for the solar on the rooftop. What we do now here is we keep the trees. And we have a solar garden that is basically virtual net metering that gives credits back to each one of those homeowners. This, again, is a by right community. It's already zoned R1. We request to be within the PSA so we can connect to public sewer and preserve the trees. And on this ledger, this picture that you're looking at, I actually show that we have the capability for the septics and the septic locations. Here we go. And this is an example. The area within the RPA is 42 acres that'll be protected. We want to increase that by another 16 acres. So the drawing that you're looking at the left shows the 2 drain fields in the RPA. That's where we can put our septic systems. Not the best way to put it there, but we can do that. What we prefer to do is to connect into the county sewer, whereby we can take that green space outside of the RPA and put it in a conservation easement to protect the trees, to create a carbon credit. And that carbon credit goes to each one of the homeowners to specifically create a community that is a zero carbon community. That would be something that would be nice to have here and something to showcase to other builders that we have the potential. We're all about the environment. We're all about saving the trees. This is how we can do that. And this, according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, 1 acre of forestry absorbs 6 tons of carbon dioxide and puts out 4 tons of oxygen. This is enough to meet the annual needs of 18 people. This is about Solera Woods. This is about a microgrid. This is about 1,100 panels, a very small microgrid, 363 kW. I think in the planning books they talk about regulations. It's something. This is a 5,000 kW. This is so small, but it works for the homes that we have out here. So again, we're looking to represent James City County in a way. On the next slide. That's a progression of what I do. If you look to the left, the carbon footprint, how do we get there? The baseline is Energy Star. The envelope exceeds the 2012 IECC levels, the duct system located within the home thermal boundary, water efficiency, lighting and appliances, indoor air quality, renewable ready. All these are what qualify you to build a zero energy ready home. And in this community, when you combine it with the next factors, we start out with trees as a developer. We take the trees down. By planning and by requirement, we put the trees back in. But we're involving James City County and the ENS. We're involving them in this maintenance. We're not using the trees to root system to control the runoff. There's a better way that we can do this. In 2014, I built a community in Richmond, and that's your second picture. That's the villas at Rockets Landing. It was 45 single-family homes, all solar, mandated. And in 2020, we came back here to my hometown. And that's when we built Walnut Farm. And it's been a big success, and it's showing those low utility bills and a reduction in the carbon. But the one thing is, it's difficult for a developer to do that because you have to move the roof lines depending on where you sit on the lots. Because you need that area dedicated to the southeast. Here, the trees can stay. So we come up to the next one, and we're looking at a Tesla car, 2022. One of the big pieces is that bidirectional batteries. This is something that we can add. Again, to reduce that carbon footprint, we're doing away with the need for a generator that has fossil fuels to operate it. We're cutting down on that carbon footprint. That's here now. You'll start hearing about that word after today, the bidirectional battery. And then in 2023, after we work to get the bill approved, it'll go into effect. Right now, we're at the State Corporation Commission arguing with Dominion about a minimum bill. But that'll be resolved pretty soon. And now we're back at Solera Woods. And all of a sudden, the trees are there. There's no solar on the rooftop, so we don't take the trees down. And now we have a very small carbon footprint. And when we add those trees there and we remove the need for a septic system and we take that into a conservance for the carbon footprint credits, we've got a zero carbon community. And you can see my enthusiasm because I believe in it. And my past record in James City County has shown where I've gone from affordable, creating a proffer that guaranteed that the homes would stay affordable, the forgivable soft second, to what I'm doing here at Walnut and what I plan to do at Solera Woods. It's not my last step in life, but it's where I want to be in life for my next community. I'd like to turn it over. I've got 5 minutes left to Mike Ware, one of the other partners, to talk about the goals and strategies.
Good evening.
Jay and I have been together, like he said, 35, 37 years. And we try to be innovative, and we try to meet what the demands are in the community, and we try to meet the demands of what the country's looking at. What we put together here is basically some highlights of what James City County has stated they want to have. A lot of that is investigating in carbon sequestration. That was part of the comments you've heard tonight. Investigate ways to amend the county ordinance to support alternative energy production. And what we're asking tonight is this piece of property, as other properties are going to be available in the county, are going to present unique situations. This property got the R1 zoning because that zoning was elected by the property owner prior to zoning in the county. So a good portion of it is in the PSA. A greater portion of it's outside the PSA. What we're looking to do is basically try to step forward into what the future is looking for, and that is take advantage of the legislative opportunities that are coming out of Richmond, put in a solar farm on this particular property, a microgrid, and maintain the trees so that the trees are basically there doing what they're supposed to do, creating oxygen for people and removing carbon dioxide. It will take some work with county and the other parties involved as far as codes and legal and everything else, but we just wanted to put forth today the fact that the only real impediment to this one at the present time, because we see everything moving in the proper direction, is do we have the opportunity, or is the county going to be
open-minded enough to take advantage of, do we bring this property in and hook it to the sewer of the PSA, since part of it is already there? We've given you some examples of where it's been explored by the county before. Or do we basically make it to where at that particular stage we have to go in and put the septic systems in? It is, we will admit, it's heavy sand, it's great soil, it's not one of those that creates a problematic septic system where you have to come in with special designs. So it will not be anything of that that would create a problem with actually building the project. But it would eliminate the trees. And what we are also proposing is the trees would be subject to basically an easement to protect those trees. So the homeowner would be committing that his property, we would dedicate it before it's sold, of course, to maintain those trees, and they would be basically in a conservation easement so that you would maintain the green space. And the only place that would not be green is the field, and presently where the grid would be established is a field. It's a farm field right now, and so we wouldn't be removing any trees that exist at the present time. I think it's stepping into the future. I think James City County, through many of the articles and information I've read about James City County, is looking to step into the future. We've been there for 30-some years trying to meet the affordable entry-level housing, and now we've built houses that are basically energy efficient and can get the things to the community with reduced cost. We're just asking you to keep an open mind. Everybody in this room, and I speak for especially my partner and I, recognize the efforts that have gone into the comprehensive plan. It's a lot of work. There's a lot of people to try to make happy. We know that that is not a possible job, but we're just presenting to you today food for your thought so that when you're deliberating further, you say, maybe this is something we need to embrace, entertain, and step into the future with everybody else. We really appreciate you and the time that you've dedicated to your jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Miles Diamond. 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, ma'am, gentlemen. I had some terrible flashbacks sitting over here in the front row from my term in my hometown as city councilman and sitting through similar meetings. But this process is important, and the comprehensive plan is a serious document, and citizen input extremely important. I was reading through some of the input that caught my eye, and really it caused me to come speak to you tonight. And first, the issue of the windmills. In traveling around the West, I've seen windmill farms. And the dirty little secret is those are ecological nightmares. They are killing currently, not according to me, but an article from the Sierra Club, millions of birds and bats annually. Millions. If you want to mitigate bugs that destroy crops, mosquitoes in your backyard, that's birds and bats. What happens when a bird strikes one of these big propellers? Well, the propellers are huge. They're made out of a composite fiberglass and other materials. The tower itself is 300 feet high or more. The propellers themselves are so long, they have to be cut up before they can be put on a flatbed and taken away. When a bird strikes of large enough size and weight, it puts a chip or a ding like a rock in your windshield. And after it turns and the vibration and the motion, that crack just travels along just like in your windshield. And that propeller is going to break. It's going to crack. And what happens when the propeller isn't functioning anymore is the whole thing is out of kilter. Now it starts to wobble when it turns, and it destroys the hub. The hub is like transmission in a car, but it's filled with about 100 gallons of gear oil. It cracks, and the gear oil just falls down into the water. Hundreds of gallons, poisoning fish and marine life, or onto the ground. Those blades, when they're not useful anymore, when they've been broken, have to be cut apart, and they can't be taken to our landfill. In fact, there's only about half a dozen landfills in the country that take them. They're special landfills because of the composite material. They're very expensive to make, they're very expensive to dispose of, and frankly, as one gentleman pointed out earlier, they're not economically feasible, and frankly, they're not environmentally friendly. I think they're wrong. I don't think they should be allowed in James City County at all, commercially, on private property at all. All right, next issue, the carbon sequestration. I spent several hours reading about that last night. Carbon sequestration, the mentions of that in our comp plan should be removed in its entirety. Why? Because frankly, it's only applicable to heavy industry. Heavy industry such as Houston, Texas, or Baton Rouge, Louisiana, with refineries and chemical factories. James City County, no, not even applicable. And what do they do when they capture all that CO2? It's compressed to liquid, hauled in train cars and trucks as a commercial chemical, and they have to be pumped down into old salt mines or old oil and gas reservoirs. That's not a very good policy issue for the James City County comp plan. Finally, I know I'm running out of time, but I've got to read this. This is environmental 1.17. Continue to develop watershed management plans for the remaining county watersheds and to update existing watershed management plans that identify environmentally sensitive areas and specific protection, restoration, and retrofit recommendations. That sounds good, and I'll close right here. The next sentence is explore the inclusion of ecosystem services considerations and evaluation of climate change related precipitation impact on future watershed management plans. I've got 3 college degrees, and I can't tell you what that means. I don't think it needs to be in the comprehensive plan. It sounds like something that we're going to spend a lot of money for consultants to have to tell us that we have to do something or we shouldn't do something. And I think it's a waste of time, a waste of money. I think we ought to spend more time scrubbing the document.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Seven more, 8 more speaker cards. Ready?
Go on.
Bow on? Great. Mr. Richard Tisdale. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Tisdale.
Thanks for allowing me to speak. I'm against updating the land use designation in the comprehensive plan for several parcels in the county. The first is parcel LU 200023, located off News Road. This is 179 acres currently designated as R4 low density residential. The working group for the comprehensive plan has recommended denial of land use change for this parcel to high density residential, and I couldn't agree more. The Monticello corridor doesn't need additional traffic that will surely result from a higher density use in this area. Additionally, parcels LU 200002 and 0003, the surplus land adjacent to Eastern State Hospital, are also up for possible land use change to a higher density mixed use, including residential and commercial. The Monticello corridor already has the highest number of accidents in the county, according to the Traffic Records Management Reporting and Analysis Division. Why not instead limit the Eastern State land use designation to reduce traffic and overuse of public utilities? James City County has abundant vacant retail and commercial space as it is. And while it provides a constant stream of tax revenue, whether it's vacant or occupied, the empty space is an eyesore to those of us who live in James City County. The overwhelming amount of vacant retail and commercial space is so much, there is even a Facebook page called Williamsburg, Virginia Abandoned that highlights many of these properties. Why not work with the Economic Development Office to repurpose some of the massive amounts of vacant space so that it aligns with a more conservative growth pattern in the county? As Planning Commission members, you have been trusted to make decisions that will benefit James City County residents. A quote from the Comprehensive Plan Summary Report states, "The Engage 2045 community engagement process revealed that citizens are keenly interested in protecting the natural environment, maintaining the integrity of the areas outside of the PSA, and upholding the established community character within the PSA. Limiting high-density residential and commercial aligns with the majority of public responses to the Engage 2045 Public Engagement Summary Report." Thank you for your consideration.
You two have 5 minutes.
My name is Susan Tisdale, and I'm a resident of James City County, and I'm here to speak to the land use designation as well, particularly the Eastern State property. The county collects tax revenue on empty buildings, so I understand the government's desire to pack in as much development as they can because it will only add to their revenue. But as Planning Commission members, you have to make the hard decisions to balance quality of life for James City County residents with income for government services. I'm here to voice my concern over the potential redesignation of land use at Eastern State Hospital. The area adjacent to this land is one of the most heavily traveled each day by many Williamsburg and James City County residents. Changing the designation in the county's comprehensive plan will allow hundreds of homes and businesses to be added to an already overburdened road system in that area. We've seen several high-density residential projects developed in the past few years at Midtown and High Street. Changing the land use for Eastern State would affect the quality of life of so many residents in the surrounding areas. The land use goal states, quote, "Achieve a pattern of land use and development that reinforces and improves the quality of life for citizens," end quote. Please reconsider a land use change for this parcel in the comprehensive plan update. Thank you.
Mr. Jeff Deal? You have 5 minutes, sir. 5 minutes?
At 15?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, representing Newtown.
Representing Newtown,
We had a representative of Newtown already, but.
15 minutes? Well, so I'm with with the group that submitted all the letter
15
with all the
minutes it is.
signatures. Yeah. Okay. So good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Jeff Deal, and I'm representing many concerned residents of Newtown. Our community consists of about 528 households, and we do appreciate the opportunity to voice some matters that are important to us. We feel strongly about this, in fact, so strongly that when we circulated a letter about it, we garnered 161 signatures in less than 48 hours. This letter and these signatures have been forwarded to you. Our purpose for being here is to ask the Planning Commission to reject the application for land use 200002 made by ABV Development, and also to correct the way Newtown is depicted in the draft 2045 comp plan. And furthermore, we're concerned about how the whole plan impacts the design, the quiet enjoyment, the safety of our children, and the natural environment around this established, successful community. Now, let me expand on this a little bit. You know, just last week, you've heard it said, 9-10 days ago, we found out that ABVA has requested a redesignation of parcels C1 and C2 of the Eastern State land. I'm going to refer to these parcels just for simplicity as the property. This request was included as an attachment in the permalink site. The ABVA narrative proposes two things. The first, they're proposing to change the property to a mixed-use designation. Okay, that seems standard. But secondly, the second part of the proposal, within the same sentence where they propose the land use designation change, the second proposal is to incorporate the property into the Newtown Development and Master Plan. In other words, the ABVA wants to change the basic makeup of a model community, and we just learned about this. The ABVA wants to increase the number of households to over 750 units, which is about a 45% increase in Newtown. And the residents of Newtown have had no public forum in which to address this until today. And believe you me, we have scrambled in the last 10 days to wrap our heads around what's going on here and what it means. We feel like outsiders, but we're on the heart of changes that are going on around us. We have not had the luxury of over a year to consider this like some of the allied parties have had. So ABVA is asking to take the Newtown name, the Newtown reputation, our character, our design, our amenities, which are not designed for 750 or more households, to take our status as a premier neighborhood and to make a backdoor play for their profit at our expense. And this would be pushed through without the benefit of a public forum. Their plan may well degrade what is now a complete community. And we are upset this is being imposed on us. In April 2020, the control and responsibility of the Newtown Homeowners Association, which I'll call from here on out NTRA, was transferred to the residents of Newtown. Previously, developers controlled this association. It appears to us that this developer-controlled background has been leveraged it's trying to be leveraged into our current structure to give us a way to not have time to consider this. We are upset that we've been caught unprepared. We don't believe the process has been transparent. This land use application includes a presumption that Newtown will be taken along for a ride into this property. All this without time to properly process what it means. What's the rush? Really, what's the rush? But the ABVA narrative is not the only thing that has us riled up. The future land use map in Section 11 of the draft comprehensive plan already reflects the property as being part of Newtown. It appears to us that the second part of the ABVA proposal has been handed over to them through the comp plan. This addition of the property in the comp plan benefits ABVA and doesn't recognize how the residents feel about this. How does this benefit ABVA? Some consider that that just the addition of this property, the property is merely a projection, an assumption, a placeholder within the comprehensive plan. But this action to include the property into Newtown will be viewed by all interested parties as a fait accompli, like it's already done. Why not correct the map? We do understand that putting together this comprehensive plan is big and it's complex. I'm impressed, because it's huge. But why show that it's a done deal? Can't we take that part and just say that it's under consideration rather than that it's part of Newtown? Okay, it looks like it's a done deal. It just seems like a reasonable amount of time should be applied to this so that we can review, so that it can be reviewed the impact of decisions on the residents of our community. And to do otherwise, it just doesn't seem right to me. A reasonable person would not seem to accept this approach. We've not had adequate time. I'll just say that. At no time have the residents of the various Newtown neighborhoods ever been asked for input or suggestions, and we definitely haven't agreed to a 45% expansion. Another concern we have regards the natural environment around Newtown. We have a unique place with walking trails through wooded areas, a variety of wildlife inhabits there. Newtown was designed with green spaces and protected areas in mind. The ABVA says the property is basically landlocked, so access through Newtown is the only logical and feasible way to develop this property. But it's not landlocked, and there are adjacent parcels that can be accessed in other ways. Has this been adequately explored? We know you've received many letters and emails from us over the last 10 days that have mentioned concerns about construction traffic and the increased thoroughfare on narrow roads. The Permalink site includes 2 letters, one from the Virginia Department of Transportation that says this of the narrow residential streets. They say, quote, they may be problematic, unquote. The other letter is from the James City County General Services, and it says, quote, the design of these roads may not support the traffic flows generated by an additional development of this size, unquote. And General Services further says development plans must include an evaluation and suggests the roads may need to be upgraded. This is a true concern. But what these traffic considerations do not specifically comment on is the safety of our children. Imagine this, okay? It's a hot summer day, pool day. And what was designated as a walking community has now sprawled over into eastern state land. Now people drive to the pool and ride their bikes to the pool rather than walk to the pool. So street parking will increase on already narrow roads. So on this hot summer day, the girl's leaving the pool on her bike to go to her multi-family apartment down by Discovery Park Road. She might be tired, she might have a lot on her mind, she might be late, so she might be in a hurry. But for whatever reason, she pulls out in the street in between 2 parked SUVs. And also coming down the road at the same time is a teenage boy. He's in a hurry, mind on many matters, for whatever reason. Loud music. If you're a parent, you know what I'm talking about. His vehicle strikes the girl on the bike and causes serious injuries, or worse. This can happen. And my guess would be the county may be sued over this. And what will it mean to the county's defense during discovery when these letters are discovered from James City County and the Department of Transportation, and the multiple letters and emails that we've sent are discovered that shows that James City County knew the risks but proceeded anyway? Our county doesn't need that kind of exposure to liability. This needs further exploration. So a final point, this one's brief, construction. After many, many years of construction growth, the Newtown dream is nearly complete. We want to maintain a level of quiet enjoyment and not embark on another venture through a construction zone for another 8+ years. So in summary, we are concerned that we've been left in the dark and events appear to be conspiring that affect us personally. We are concerned that this is being rushed through without our input. Listening is a key element to improving community life. We are concerned for the safety of our children, for our quiet enjoyment, and for protecting the natural environment around us. So to be clear, we do not believe this process has been transparent. Therefore, until this can be clarified to everyone involved, we do not want to expand Newtown into the eastern state parcels, and we do not want to provide access into the eastern state parcel lands through our residential neighborhoods via Olive Drive and Rollison Drive and Aura. We want the Planning Commission to reject Land Use 20-0002. Further, we want the draft of the future land map in the comp plan, 45 comp plan, to be corrected to clearly show that Newtown does not include the eastern part state parcels. So I mean, you guys voting on this tonight? Is that kind of on the, okay, all right, good. We're happy about that, you know, we want to see that, you know. But our concern is we don't think this is a process that should be rushed through, you know. We want to be transparent with each other, and we just think that you're getting some input tonight, obviously, but, you know, we've only had a few days to pull this together. Give us some more time. And also, I guess the land use proposal, you're voting on that too, or, okay. I'm sorry, the comp plan. Okay. Yeah, so our concern there is update the future land map to properly show Newtown. And at a minimum, at least, if you don't reject these things or don't reject the land use thing, at least table it. Give us more time. Anyway, I hope you've heard us. I hope you do the right thing. I thank you so much for your time and for allowing us to have a say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Vernon Getty.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'm Vernon Getty of 1177 Jamestown Road, and it's my pleasure to be here tonight representing ABVA Development, the applicant in the O2 Eastern State case.
Can't hear you, sir.
Is this better? Yes. ABVA is the contract purchaser of the parcel C, C1, and C2 from the Commonwealth of Virginia. As you know, the Commonwealth has declared Eastern State to be surplus and has offered it for sale. Big picture, stepping back, this location is dead center in James City County. It's within the primary service area, and it's exactly where development should occur in the county. There's been a lot of discussion tonight about rural lands. What takes the pressure off rural lands is development in these locations like this. With that said, ABVA is committed to this property and working with the Newtown Association and residents to bring forward an actual proposal. As you know, this is the comp plan. There is no more information about this than is in our application. What this action would permit is an actual rezoning proposal where you have all the studies, all the information, access is studied and agreed upon. And I will say, if ABVA cannot reach agreement with the association about access through Charlotte Park, it won't be there. It's as simple as that. There is access. Let me say, ABA is convinced they can reach agreement on a number of things that will be necessary. There is access. Discovery Park Boulevard is a wide public road that goes right to the boundary of the property. So that is an access point. Just by way of history, when this section of Newtown was subdivided in 2013, the county required the lot that is the potential access to be preserved as a potential future access to Eastern State. So that's why it's shown the way it is. And that goes back all the way to, you all remember the Crossroads work and studies that were done on this whole area as Newtown was first kicking off. But my message is ABVA would like the opportunity to work with the association to come up with an actual plan, a concrete proposal with the studies that show the impacts, and are convinced that they can do that and win the day. So we would urge you to keep this in, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. That can come later, I think, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. John Sawyer.
Good evening. My name's John Sawyer. I'm an attorney with Walcott Rivers Gates, and I am here on behalf of Broughton LLC, which is the owner of Oakland Farm, 7607 Richmond Road. And first, it's a long evening, and I appreciate your service, your time, your patience in going through this process. I know it is an awful lot of work, and on behalf, I just want to say thank you to the commission and to its professional staff as you work through this process. It is definitely cumbersome. That said, on behalf of my client, which is the owner of Oakland Farm, with specificity to LU 200013. The owner does oppose that proposition and submitted a letter, which I won't read to you, back on April 22nd, which has been made part of the record, but ask that you reference that too as well when there's more time. But the owner is a longtime owner. It's owned the property for over 40 years. It's a family that has watched its investment grow, paid its taxes, and been a good citizen. And as you've heard from many of the others tonight, it has an investment-based interest in this property, and certainly wants to preserve it. So over the decades, it's watched the surrounding land area get developed, and the way it is zoned now, which is moderate density, is consistent with what's been going on throughout that area. It's consistent with its neighbors. And our position would simply be, it's in the PSA, and our position would be that it's consistent with the plan, and there's no need for a change here. So I would be remiss if I didn't note that the professional staff of the Planning Commission did review this. They performed their studies and did what they, do as they're trained to do, and they did recommend denial, which I thought was the right call. My client thought was the right call. And I think it's consistent with what's around in the area, in that corridor. So I would respectfully request, on behalf of the longtime owner of that property, that the commission reconsider its position on LU 200013. The protections and processes are in place that, in the event of future development, they can be considered, worked through with staff, and that the zoning as it stands would accommodate appropriate growth in that particular corridor. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Dayton Harum. Pronounce that right? Mr. Dayton, Haran. Markham, I beg your pardon. Going once? Going twice? Mr. Jason Grimes. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, I'm here tonight on behalf of my client, Mr. Johnny Lawson of W.M. Jordan Company. Mr. Lawson has prepared a statement, but in the interest of everybody's time here, I'll just make a brief summary of that statement and provide the written copy to the commission. But Mr. Lawson, as many people brought forward tonight, has concerns about the changes and the severity of the changes, specifically to the rural lands and the financial impacts that change in density will cause to the properties. So I just submit that to the commission for consideration.
Mr. Larry Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, ma'am. I, seems minuscule to what's been discussed here tonight, but I'm referring to LU 200017, which is a 1.1 acre parcel that lies between Monticello Avenue and Ironbound Road and abuts the Monticello shops. Most of this stuff that was discussed here tonight, especially Newtown, they took half of my property to do Monticello Avenue. I purchased the land in 1987. I've lived in James City County since 1974. I probably know more about the neighborhoods around here. I've lived in 15 of them over the years, and I've seen growth. I've been involved in development with St. George's 100, Drummond's Fields, things that I think are good for the community. This piece is part of about a 3-acre parcel or area that's on Monticello that is not commercially used. I have worked with the other owners because generally the county likes a total plan for parcels, contiguous, not just piecemeal. That has not been beneficial in the applications. My parcel I'm representing tonight, it has access on Monticello with a right turn in, right turn out that is shared with the shopping center. We have a cross easement. I have access through the shopping center. And I would ask that it still remain designated for commercial use. It has no residential character. Again, the shopping center goes out through my shared access. They enter through what's a shared access. So I have all the traffic on Monticello, but I can't use it. I think that's unreasonable, and it's not good land planning. Again, I request that land use 200017 remain designated for neighborhood commercial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is our last speaker card. Is there anyone? Mr. Everson, I know you're in here somewhere, and I lost track of I beg your pardon. I saw your, come on up. I must have had two stick together or something.
It's okay, Mr. Chair. I worried you to death enough over coffee yesterday. Jay Everson, 6923 Chancery Lane. You've heard enough about the windmills and the reasons to oppose them. I would like to suggest specific language changes, specifically ENV 4.5, which talks about residential areas and technology for conservation, appropriate energy, to strike residential-sized windmills. The rest can stay the same, no problem with that. On ENV 4.6, to add, because this talks about alternative energy sources and SUPs and all that, to add, with the exception of windmill farms, as James City County will not accept them or their use as alternative energy. Also, it was mentioned earlier by Mr. Diamond on EN 1.17. He read the thing. I know his time has expired. The last line of that is explore. It's about watershed. We do a lot on watershed. I'm in favor of doing watershed stuff. Explore the inclusion of ecosystems, services, considerations, and evaluation of climate change-related precipitation impact on future watershed management plans. Now, I don't mean any harm here, but about 3 weeks ago, the Daily Press had a big article about a drought. And I gotta tell you, 2 days later, we had rain coming out the Yang for like 3 days. I don't know how in the name of heaven anybody in our staff is going to tell us what the precipitation is going to look like next month, next year, let alone to 2045. And it seems to me that if we decide to pursue this, we're expecting action on this stuff, which means our county staff is going to have to get busy looking at climate-related precipitation. Seems like a triplicate effort. We have the EPA and all the other government agencies at the federal level, DEQ and all the alphabet agencies at the state level. And in any event, even if we did figure out how much was coming here, it's kind of more of a regional issue in terms of what you do about it, which is why the state, the Commonwealth, is much better positioned to deal with something like this than our existing staff. Now, I know this is probably a minor point to all of you here, but in the Moortown EEO, there's a little reference to light rail. And in the Economic Development 5.2, there's also a reference to access and collaborate on opportunities and advocate for public transit. Now, I'm for public transit. You know, I spent a year getting people every meeting at the Board of Supervisors back in the 80s to have the James City Transit Authority be for people to get to work. I'm in favor of the bus. And have no problem with this rapid bus service and all that. But commuter rail and light rail, I'm sorry. There's only 2 jurisdictions in the entire country where this makes any sense. Maybe Chicago and Illinois. And even they use heavy rail because they're the only place in the country which have high density to bring people in, besides they have no place to park, to bring people in and take them out. And even those systems hemorrhage money. Down in Norfolk, it's a disaster. You know, no one rides that. It's a beautiful looking train. I'm a model railroader. It's a beautiful train, but nobody rides it. And it's very expensive, and if patterns change, you're stuck with the rail. They tried to put this in the comprehensive plan back in 1998 and 1999. It's one of the last things I voted on when I was on the Planning Commission, and it got struck back then for the very reasons I just gave you now. I know it's a minor point, but I tell you, you get it in here, and someone's going to try on the staff, or it's going to come up with a process to put this in effect. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you. That is the last speaker card, I think. Does anybody else care to address the Planning Commission on the comprehensive plan? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Open it up to discussion, questions. No.
Just have a few comments to make, if I may. I'll try to be brief. The comprehensive plan for years has sought to preserve our rural lands and our rural character. And our goals in the plan are supposed to be goals that we can achieve. So many sections of the comprehensive plan have the words study, investigate, analyze. Those words create challenges that should be done at state level due to lack of funding for experts required to address our issues. One example is sea level rise. This has been studied at the state level, and the county has been directed on what to do. We cannot afford to study these issues locally. There are many buzzwords in the plan which may turn into expectations, and I ask how we're prepared to pay or hire specialists to accomplish these expectations. Number 2, I'd like to address Moortown Road. The possibility of extending this road in the future all the way to Lightfoot Road was removed by the Planning Commission by a 5-2 vote. This opening for a future road to alleviate traffic on Route 60 through the county needs to be reinstated. One member who did speak out against the extension was using an old traffic study to prove the point, but I would ask Mr. Holt if he has the new traffic study, because I understand that the intersections have changed to green instead of black, or red, excuse me. And on Moortown Road, any mention of high-density residential on the road is inaccurate, as the residential area could only be 15% of the total planned development in an economic opportunity area. Also, any reference to light rail is, in my opinion, a dream, as it would have nowhere to go. There's not a system in the United States that's making any money on light rail. My goal would be to keep the extension in the plan for the possibility of future growth. And I propose that the building of said road would be at a developer's expense. A lot has been said about windmills and wind farms, but I have a few other things to relate. President Biden has actually taken steps to enforce the Migratory Bird Act of 1918, which states that owners of windmills are subject to Department of Interior penalties for killing birds. One company a while ago was fined $2.5 million for bird deaths. The turbines are estimated to be killing over 500,000 birds per year per unit. Some of the unintended consequences of these wind farms are cutting down trees to build them, extremely high noise levels, visual blight on our view sheds. They'd be subject to the Bird Act and facing fines. The units are not able to be repaired when they are up, and when useful time is up, they stay in place due to the fact that they cannot be recycled, taken down, destroyed with all the toxins that they have in them. And another thing I read, which is interesting, the batteries to make the units, as well as electric cars and solar panels, have large amounts of cobalt in them, as well as polysilicon that is harvested by slaves, many of whom are children in China and the Congo. Therefore, my recommendation is to amend the opening paragraph 4.6 to include, quote, with the exception of windmill farms, as JCC will not accept them or their use as alternative energy. In 4.5, remove the encouragement and permitted use of residential windmills altogether. In 4.61, as written, the ordinance, or as to minimize the clearing of forested land and a number of the new facilities in order to protect forested areas and the rural character of JCC and restrict overhead power lines for connectivity to the windmills. Also, the current SUP conditions in place need to be more restrictive to provide protection of our forested land. Therefore, the goal would be to remove any possibility of wind farms, limit the number of alternative energy facilities to include solar farms, and tighten up the SUP requirements. We do not need these eyesores in our country. People already complain, in our county, people already complain about the cell towers, and windmills are much taller. As one gentleman said, 300 feet. I have seen the blades. They take 2 trucks just for one blade, with the potential to ruin our beautiful view sheds. I've seen wind farms all over the world. Don Quixote's ones in Spain are very cute. They're out in the middle of nowhere. There is no residential anywhere near that. California is the same. And am I able to ask for a straw vote on this with the committee or no?
I'd like to just have a discussion and questions first, and then we'll
Okay,
ask
okay.
for motions.
Can I just finish my one last page
Sure,
then?
'cause we'll ask for motions
Thank you,
later.
Jack. Okay. And on the environmental 1.17, page 4, this part dealing with streams and rivers needs to be removed, as staff has said this could not be done locally. This would require a specialist, and I don't think even they can predict rain. Who would pay for this position, and what would it cost the county? We already have a strong stormwater and watershed program with directives from the state. Therefore, this is an inactionable item and needs to be removed from the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion? Any other items?
I had a few comments if I could. First of all, I would like to thank everybody for coming out tonight. I appreciate the input. Clearly, with COVID, the past year and a half, that put limitations on public meetings and the like. So I just want to thank everybody for coming out and participating this evening. So I think it's a very important part to the process. I circulated a few notes this afternoon just from reading the comp plan in its totality over the weekend, just looking for flow and consistency. I'm concerned that in the intro on page 4, we talk about rural lands and rural areas, and we use them interchangeably. Rural areas being defined as lands that are inside and outside the PSA, and rural lands as being those areas outside the PSA. So the last paragraph, or the last sentence in that paragraph, talks about many are concerned that the pace, pattern, and character of new growth may harm this treasured character of the county, and many expressed a strong desire both to limit the pace and amount of new development and to direct it away from rural areas that they value so highly. And I think I would just like to suggest that that be amended to say rural lands, because I think what we heard throughout this process is folks wanted to protect rural lands, which is the area outside the PSA, and allow for more density inside the PSA. I do appreciate the comments tonight, and I recognize that during the course of this, we adopted the 1-to-20 ratio for homes to acres in rural lands. I am concerned that we'll have some unintended consequences, which I know that I didn't consider in the process, but have considered after that. I think the 1-to-20 ratio will prevent rural clustering, which is in our comp plan, and negatively impact workforce housing outside the PSA. I'm also fearful that this will negatively impact the economic value of these properties. As we've heard for the 12 years I've been on the Planning Commission, this is folks' retirement. This is the investment that people have made for their families, and I think the Cottrell sisters communicated that quite clearly to us. I think one of the outcomes or unintended consequences that we might deal with is that we will drive these homeowners to pursue things such as solar farms. And if we're trying to protect the character of Forge Road, I think everybody's in agreement that that is a bucolic area and we want to preserve the character of Forge Road. I don't think we go far enough in this comp plan to preserve areas like Forge Road. And we certainly, by these higher ratios, we're not going to allow for rural clustering and drive folks into making economic decisions. So I would like to see us either adjust it to a lower ratio, such as one home for 5 or 10 acres, or to add another piece that says if it's we'll permit a higher density if it's a cluster. So those are just a couple of thoughts that I had as far as rural lands go. Again, I don't believe we do enough to protect Forge Road from things such as solar farms or even wind turbines. Given the hue and cry that we've experienced as a community for the Dominion power lines that went across the river and the desire to maintain open vistas, I do think we want to seriously consider whether or not we want to permit wind turbines. In economic development, I don't think we do enough to create a vision for our public schools. We give a nod to New Horizons, but we spend more time in our comp plan talking about Thomas Nelson Community College and William and Mary, the two schools over which we have less control or input as opposed to our very own public schools. I think in order for us to be a competitive community, we need to encourage our schools to bring the trades organizations or the trades education like New Horizons and Governor School back to James City County. I think it's inappropriate that we send our kids 30 to 40 minutes down the road. If you looked on New Horizons website, the partners that they have for the businesses are all located outside the area or in Newport News. So we're not doing anything to encourage economic development with a ready workforce in James City County. We have a standalone GSA that, as I review it, just seems to be out of our hands at the local level. Economic Development 8 talks about monitoring the broader economic factors and forces that shape the county's local economy, including global issues such as the COVID-19 pandemic, industry trends for retail, and statewide policies such as scheduled increases in the minimum wage. I think that we should modify or remove that. It's a standalone GSA, and those are all things that are out of our control at the local level. And then finally, we heard a few things tonight, and I had gotten a lot of emails and phone calls, about carbon sequestration. And I would just respectfully request that we either remove or modify that GSA. The text from State Code 15-2 4901 talks about, the power or the authority of the industrial development authorities. And really, what they're talking about under carbon sequestration is it granting the EDA's authority to facilitate and support landowner access to carbon markets through the aggregation of landowners to reach a size that attracts the investment of private capital. So I think it's just very important that folks understand what our intention is as far as that particular GSA, because I think it's very limited, and I think we should better define it. And then finally, we talk about climate change in a couple of references. Our last comp plan, we elected to remove referrals to climate change so as not to politicize the effects of weather and sea level rise. So I would just recommend that we employ the same strategy for the GSAs that reference climate change. And my other two pieces were Moortown Road and Forge Road, and I think I covered those already, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's probably 3 or 4 areas I just wanted to touch on in general. One, the rural lands proposal in the comp plan to change the density to 1 dwelling unit per 20 acres. One of the points of emphasis throughout the discussion at the working group level and at the joint Board of Supervisors working group meeting on May 24th, the one thing that was consistently emphasized is that this change should not go forward without due consideration for the rights and financial interests of the property owners. And I know many of the folks on the working group voiced the support for some sort of compensation mechanism. We also discussed other tools that the whole purpose of that was to limit or restrict residential development in rural lands, but not limit or restrict rural economic development, which there was a few years ago, the Rural Economic Development Committee spent a great deal of time looking at alternative ways for property owners to get income from their property through various initiatives. There was also some discussion about purchase of development rights where the landowners would be compensated if they gave up the opportunity for residential development. We talked about conservation easements and so on and so forth. So I just wanted to say that it was not a casual recommendation. It was one that had quite a bit of discussion over a couple months of meetings, and with the emphasizing the importance that we have got to look out for the landowners. This should not be an arbitrary change. To Mr. Connor's comment a little earlier, and I had jotted a similar note down, I would be very supportive of saying you have a one density for by right development in rural lands, but you can have an increased density if it's a rural cluster. I would be very supportive of that, and that would, again, give landowners an additional tool. It would also continue to preserve open space. So I wanted to mention that. On the Moortown Road extension, unfortunately, I was not able to attend the meeting where that vote took place, but I am very much in support of putting Moortown Road extension back in the comprehensive plan. putting it there, it's again, the comprehensive plan is not a legislative document. It's not an ordinance. It's a planning tool. It's the idea is to say 20 to 25 years down the road, might we need this? And I think for the one or two comp plans where that was in there, I think that is a valuable tool. And I think one of the speakers brought up an excellent point, is that the solar farm that's currently at Hill Pleasant is on a definite time duration lease. So again, to me, the key to long range planning is to provide options. And I think taking that Moortown Road extension takes away an option that could be very beneficial. So I would urge, as Ms. Knoll also said, that we keep that in there. There were quite a few comments on the Eastern State mixed-use parcel, and as I talk, I'm going to look at Mr. Weissong and Ms. Cook from staff, because I want to make sure that I'm not saying anything that's not 100% correct. And I do want to differentiate something just for the general consumption. The only thing that the Planning Commission Working Group voted on was changing the land use designation for that excess Eastern State property to mixed use. The name Newtown was attached to it just because of its proximity to Newtown, I understand. But regardless of what ABVA has proposed, that has no bearing on that at all. As a matter of fact, anything that would involve incorporating those 80-some acres into Newtown would be a master plan amendment, I believe, to Newtown. Is that correct? And that would have to go through the legislative process and be approved by the Board of Supervisors. Any development proposal, whether they're proposing 50 houses or 100 houses, again, the same sorts of thing. There is an extensive analysis that has to take place on any rezoning proposal. And that's the other thing, that for a ABVA or any developer to do something like this with that excess Eastern State property, it does require a rezoning. And so it's a very laborious analysis to look at traffic impacts, fiscal impacts, impacts on schools, and traffic, and the list goes on. So I just want to clarify that the vote that the working group took was not to approve annexing the property to Newtown. It was not to approve any draft proposal or outline of residential development that ABVA or anybody else might have. It's just saying that within 20 to 25 years, as the pressure builds, this property could be suitable for a rezoning, and an acceptable use could be mixed use. Again, recall that a real driver in all of these discussions on the comp plan go back to 2019 with the citizen survey. And a lot of the direction of the comprehensive plan had to do with what the citizens said they wanted to see. And a key element that we moved forward with on this was computer modeling to say, listen, since 90-some% of residents will feel that it's important for community character, environment, and land use, everything else, to preserve rural lands, let's make it harder to develop in rural lands and push development inside the PSA, which for 50 years, 40 years has been the primary growth management tool in James City County. And so there's a trade-off. In order to push to limit development in the rural lands and to encourage residential development within the PSA, there's going to be some trade-offs. It might be higher density at some areas. It might be taller buildings to make it more attractive for affordable housing to go in place, and so on and so forth. So I'm just trying to, very, very briefly, encapsulate some of the considerations that the working group were using to try to strike a balance on all of these issues. And I think that concludes my summary at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Polster.
Mr. Chairman, it has been a long 2 years with 31 plus odd meetings that we've met in virtually. And they were long meetings with lots of discussion. And I would be remiss by not recognizing Jenny Wortman and her CPT team and the outreach that she did and the detailed work to make sure that the questions and concerns were in the surveys that unfortunately we couldn't do face-to-face, but we managed to do that. The staff, Tori, Tom, Ellen, Tammy, you know, I can't believe the amount of work you guys have done. I mean, how many times did we turn that environmental chapter over, Tori? A lot. And so I'm a little shocked to hear some of the discussion from my colleagues on forest sequestration and the windmill farms. And so on the windmill farms, just to make sure we're straight, everybody is cited the first paragraph of that GSA, but we really haven't taken a look at the other two sub-elements of that. And those sub-elements have to do with that the county has no guiding ordinance at this point on wind farms, solar farms, or any of those things. So the concerns that you're talking about, the purpose of that GSA is to put an ordinance in place so that we have the type of wind farm or not, which has been proposed here, or that the solar farms that are placed into the rural areas don't disrupt the view sheds. And so I submitted to the staff, just on the solar farm piece, the DCR over the last 2 years has done an outreach and published a document. And part of that document, in fact, includes the notion of using pollinators and species with buffers that describes it. We have no policies or ordinance that govern that right now. It's a fly by your pants type of a thing. On the carbon sequestration thing, you know, one of the things we're supposed to do is educate. What we're talking about with forest sequestration is the sequestration that happens within forests. And then for the last 5 years, the Rappahannock River Basin has done a study with landowners to find out what that would look like. And in fact, the enabling language that you heard here was put into the legislature based on that. And the reason for the economic development is when you sell carbon credits, the financial institutions, Chase, wherever, are looking for a 50 million bunch that has to be aggregated, which is the purpose of this. Now, for the landowner, and this comes to the issue of the rural piece, when we voted for the 20-1, there was a very heated discussion about landowners and their rights and the IRAs that are associated with that. What would be the compensation associated with that? Well, it ends up that forest sequestration, and a lot of our AFDs in this county use that tax break. But the forest sequestration could give you $106 an acre for 20 years. And that's money that goes back. The other reference to eco services. The state has decided to expand forest sequestration to go into farmland and into wetlands. And as a matter of fact, the state received $80 million this year from carbon credits that it sold to the RGGI, of which about 20 some odd million will come to this county in some way or form to take care of stream restorations so that the downstream forest and ecosystem can survive the hurricanes and the increase in rain. So to the increase in rain, there are studies right now that show what this, at the county level, the increase of that precipitation over 1 inch. 1 inch of rain an acre amounts to an Olympic swimming pool. Think about the 4 inches that we had last week over that time frame. The issue there for James City County is not so much sea level rise, because we don't have tidal flooding, but what we do have is flooding. And if you go back and take a look at the last two studies that were done on the Powhatan Creek, the most urbanized watershed that we have in this county, aggravated with Newtown, and will be aggravated again with that construction in there. You had flooding at 3 locations on Long Hill with the Lafayette High School, which is an emergency center. Sports Colony, which floods continuously. News Road, which we have a plan in to armor it because of the flooding with that. Route 5 Tyler, the culverts aren't large enough. Now, this year, the county approved a rework of the Powhatan watershed, as well as the Diaskin, to look at these issues, of which the whole idea is to make sure that the downstream environment is exceeded. So, over the last 5 years, in stream restoration projects to mitigate flooding issues that we had in a church off Jamestown Road, we have spent about $12 million, of which we've gotten funding from the state, and we'll get more of that funding through these carbon sequestration. What's being asked for us is to start to look at those impacts. We already know about Jamestown Road and the need to repair that bridge because it's going to be flooded. The same thing as one for up in the Upper County. We already know what's going to happen to Chickahominy Haven and the flooding and the results of that. Somehow or another, we need to figure out what we're going to do to those folks or tell them to go leave. One of the things that the Hampton Roads Planning District, which we're a member of, recommended to the county that it look at an ordinance to put the Chase program together, which would allow for the county to put loans together for not only stormwater, but for sea level rise, which are monies that could be used for those folks in Chickahominy Haven who are going to experience this. This plan is about what's going to happen over the next 20 years. We are going to have a 1.5 foot rise in sea level rise, and that is what the state is using for its planning guidance. We would be remiss not to start to do things to mitigate that over the next 20 years. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Rose?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to thank everyone who has come out to voice their opinion on the issues this evening. I'm one of the newer members on the Planning Commission. It's incredibly useful for me to hear from you to help me understand the issues better, help me make some decisions here. I want to address 2 points that have been raised, mainly around environmental issues and climate change. To Mr. O'Connor's point earlier, I don't believe climate change is a political issue. So I don't believe it should be I don't believe mentions of climate change should be removed from the comprehensive plan. It's a fact. We all know it's a fact. Mr. O'Connor just gave you a bunch of good examples. Our U.S. Department of Defense is now including climate change in all of their plans because they see it as an international security issue. It's not going away, and we have to begin to plan for it. The future, and by planning for it, we're thinking about 2045, so we're thinking about the future. The future of energy is renewable energies, and so we have to include items in the comprehensive plan that allow us to think about renewable energies. In the issue of wind turbines, we're thinking of a wind turbine as it was developed 5, 10, 15 years ago. That's going to change over the next 10 years. Wind turbines are going to look different. A number of people have brought up the issue of birds. Well, recent studies show that if you paint one of the turbines black, it significantly reduces the amount of bird strikes. Those studies will continue, and the wind turbines, as they exist today, will change over the next 10 or 15 years. And so having these issues in the comprehensive plan are incredibly important, both for the county and the nation as we have to move towards renewable energies. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Leverance?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I also want to reiterate what my fellow commissioners have said.
I think we're having a hard time hearing. At least I am.
Oh, we are.
Yeah. Could you get closer to your microphone?
Is this better?
There you go.
Okay, all right. I want to reiterate what my fellow commissioners have said in terms of appreciating the numbers of people who came out this evening and also who participated in all of the community participation programs. I know it was a challenging year, but it's been very enlightening for me to hear from all of you, and especially those who have taken the time and trouble to communicate with us over the last few weeks. I wanted to start with the change in the density of development in the rural lands. Some discussion about how that's exclusionary or detrimental to affordable workforce housing. I agree that that could apply to land inside the PSA, but not outside the PSA. When we consider possible sites for affordable housing, some of the main considerations are whether it is near employment and near public transportation, and typically neither of those are proximate to rural lands. That said, I can support Mr. O'Connor's proposal that density adjustments be considered for cluster development in rural lands. As for Moortown Road, I supported withdrawing that from the comprehensive plan, in part because the solar farm there will probably discourage economic development in that area, and I'm not sure that that would absolutely mitigate the traffic on Richmond Road, at least not in the long term, especially with what's going on in York County right now. But I think if it becomes an issue, the comprehensive plan will be revisited in 5 years. So it certainly could go back in. And it's something that I know that the staff maintain the corporate memory. And if it becomes something that we then consider, but it's been in the plan for a long time, it's gone nowhere. And I just don't really see its value as a placeholder at this time. That said, I won't fall on my sword for that one. And then I just wanted to reiterate what Mr. Kropf said about the Eastern State Plan, and that we are looking at that as something that we would be amenable to seeing developed like Newtown, but not necessarily as part of Newtown. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Last but not least, I have 5 pages of notes here. You all have been really very helpful. I didn't think I could learn any more about this, but I did. Regarding the Monticello shops, the Erdl family and one other gentleman who came, this is a parcel along Monticello Avenue that a developer wanted to put retail establishments in a couple of years ago that fit our comprehensive plan, and the Planning Commission voted against it anyways because Monticello Avenue is so poorly designed. I don't have to tell anybody this, I guess, but and the traffic there is already a problem, and the retail shops would draw more traffic, and it's also, that section of Monticello Road is the highest accident rate in James City County. So that said, I think it was the right decision not to approve that development, but the owners of this property have been treated very unfairly, and I hope smarter people than I can come up with an answer for them. Regarding the 1 to 20 rural lands policy, it has been stated in numerous comprehensive plans dating back at least a decade, more than a decade. Residential development is not a recommended use in the rural lands. Policies like our utility policy, wells and water and the 3 to 1 were designed to prevent residential development in the rural lands. It's been understood. It's been explicit policy of the county. We, the Planning Commission Working Group, in our discussions, looked to other communities in Virginia, mostly high-growth counties, Fauquier, Prince William, Chesterfield, suburban communities like ours, and it got unanimous agreement from all of them that 3-acre zoning isn't going to suppress residential development in the rural lands. It's just not. 10-acre zoning does not. It's not enough. The recommendation that came from the studies was minimum of 20 acres, and maybe it takes 50. Nobody had the nerve to propose 50, but and as a couple of my colleagues have already mentioned, we did go into possible mitigation for the financial effects. But the overwhelming sentiment of James City County residents is to protect the rural character of the county, the whole county, but particularly the rural lands. And I just think we have to go with this. It's a difficult subject. We spend a lot of time on it. I don't know any other way. Ms. Leverance mentioned the affordability aspect of it, and she's right. I was on the Workforce Housing Task Force, and the characteristics that she mentioned are part of the task force report, that workforce housing should be close into employment centers, public transportation. It should be part of a combined, there shouldn't be standalone affordable housing projects. It should be integrated into new developments, such as Newtown, for example, which has an affordability component to it. I don't believe it has to, keeping residential development out of the rural lands has to preclude us from a viable affordable housing program in James City County. They're not mutually exclusive. Eastern State, I voted against the Eastern State proposal in our discussions, primarily for the traffic. I mentioned the retail shops on Monticello Avenue. That was just 500 more daily trips along Monticello Avenue, and it got quite a negative reception from people who live in the area, and we've heard more of the same here today. I understand it's just a placeholder, and that not going to be a zoning change to bring Eastern State into Newtown without a lot of negotiations and conditions, I'm sure. But since we voted on this, I read parts of the City of Williamsburg Comprehensive Plan revision, which has just been completed as well. And they point out they're going to widen the section of Ironbound Road from Depew Highway, which is the entrance to Eastern State Hospital, to Richmond Road. It's only 0.6 of a mile. It has 4 traffic lights, goes past James Blair Middle School, and in the next 25 years, they project a 42% increase in traffic. That's without Eastern State. Monticello Avenue, as I said, is already contorted, very poorly designed, and there are times when it's a very significant traffic problem, and that's going to continue to grow even without Eastern State. So with me. Oh, windmills. I hadn't given it much thought. I'm embarrassed to say when we were discussing this, I'm in favor of alternative forms of energy. We just have to do something about the position we've put ourselves in environmentally and climate change-wise, global warming. I'm a believer in all of it. I just can't picture the profiles of windmills in James City County anywhere, rural lands or residential areas or industrial areas or anywhere else. I love birds, but maybe we can find a way to prevent bird strikes or significantly reduce them. Maybe the technology will improve so that you can't hear them, but it's hard to imagine not being able to see them. And now we're going to have a huge wind farm off the coast, which I think is a wonderful idea, and we should benefit from that. But I don't mind leaving it in as a discussion point for an ordinance on alternative energy. I just have a hard time envisioning it. Oh, the Oakland Farm, middle density residential, I voted for that. The concept of complete communities, the way I read it, is to clump development into tight nodes like Newtown, and leave open space surrounding it. And the benefits, I won't bore you with the details, there are a lot of benefits in doing it that way. But you have to have the gaps in between to make it work. We've just had significant development at the intersection of Croker and Richmond Road. We've already talked about the traffic problem on Richmond Road. Toano it has its own design program, the heart of which is to have it as a recognizable individual community with a rural character inside the PSA, with a place. It's a destination. It's a place. And so we have had over the last 40 years a convergence of development from Lightfoot Road, Lightfoot through Norge. There used to be two separate communities, Lightfoot and Norge. There's only one now. It's just one continuous development. And there's no distinguishing between the two. You can't tell when you leave Norge and go into Lightfoot or vice versa. And I don't want to see that happen to Toano. I don't want to see the Norge creep continue on out through and past Toano. I think it would be very detrimental to the community. And so I actually proposed a more draconian solution to this. It wasn't going to work, but low density housing will keep at least some green character space to divide Norge from Toano. And that was my thought, so I support that. I think we made a bad decision on Anderson Corner, making that a mixed use. Bear with me. Oh, light rail. Couldn't agree more. It'll never happen. I don't mind it being in the comprehensive plan, but it's a pipe dream. And finally, taking, and I mean finally, honest, taking Moortown Road extension out of the comprehensive plan is something I support, strongly support. We spent a lot of time discussing the economic law of induced demand. Not everybody buys it, but it's another way of saying build it and they will come. And I don't think it's a coincidence that shortly after we drew this hypothetical Moortown Road extension across the Hill Pleasant Farms, that all of a sudden York County, along Lightfoot Road and Moortown Road and Boliphant's, redesignated economic opportunity zones to high-density residential. And now we have a huge apartment complex on Lightfoot Road, just almost right on the intersection of Richmond Road, with more to come, and more residential single-family development along Boliphant's, just east of the hospital. And traffic is a real problem. And if we continue to try to pave our way out of this by widening roads, extending roads, you're going to induce more development, not less. And that will bring more traffic, not less. The examples, I can cite a million examples around the country. There are parts of Northern Virginia where I-95 is 16 lanes wide. It's not enough. It's not enough. The traffic is a nightmare. You cannot pave your way out of this. And if we extend Moortown Road from Lightfoot Road through to Croker, you're just going to encourage more residential development in York County and also further out in James City County. It never fails. Also, in my opinion, it will degrade the economic value of the economic opportunity zone. If the economic opportunity zone through which this extension is supposed to pass, it becomes, the road becomes a pass-through, a residential pass-through, it will degrade the economic value of the property. If instead you just have one entrance from Croker Road into the economic opportunity zone, and that one road empties out onto Croker right at I-64 interchange, it will do much more to support the economic value or the likelihood of economic development in the economic opportunity zone, in my opinion. That's it for me. So, would anybody like to put any of these proposals in, I guess, a straw vote we could do to?
Before we move on, can we talk a little bit about these land use applications?
Sure.
So.
I've got a point of order. I'm trying to understand what we were supposed to do and what we were told before we came to the meeting. And it was an up and down vote on the entire thing. Are we changing that?
Well, we will have an up or down vote, but with codicils or we.
I mean, individual members or the board are going to make recommendations on something based on the straw vote. Is that, do I understand that correct?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Good question.
But to clarify also, the plan as drafted will move, and any changes that the straw vote recommends would be sort of a separate addendum or codicil for the board's consideration. In other words, nothing is going to change in the draft comprehensive plan, but there may be a separate, and I think
And
that's
we've
what
done
you're
that
asking,
before.
right?
We've
Yeah.
made recommendations to the board
Right.
about that, and they, decide to do it or not.
Mr. Holt likened it to having different conditions on an SUP, and it's very similar. By the way, I should have said this at the outset. The Planning Commission does not make a final decision here. We we do background work, analysis, and then make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. And the Board of Supervisors will have a final say on all of this. So, and they've been involved we've had several meetings, combined meetings with them on this subject. So it's not just going to be dumped on them, but anyway, just for public knowledge.
All right, Tim.
Ms. Null, you might have a, oh, excuse me, Ben, sorry, Tim.
Just, I appreciate the comments this evening, especially in particular, what we've seen on these land use applications. I think this is my third comp plan, and this is actually, I think, the only time I've seen recommendations come in from Planning Commission Working Group members. So I had a quick question for probably you, Mr. Wysong. On the Marston parcel and land use application 01, would they have to install a central well for that community, or is that going to be individual wells and septic systems?
Do you mean if it stayed with the recommendation not to go into the primary service area?
Right.
Is Mr. Epstein, he may have left. That honestly would be a great question for him. Well, yeah.
Yes, a major subdivision outside the PSA would be served by a central well under our current regulations. There's also the ability to apply for a special use permit to extend water. And certainly, the comprehensive plan considerations come in at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Before you sit down, please, Ms. Cook, I have a question also on the same subject. The presentation that we saw from Mr. Epstein with the zero emissions and the solar farm, the mini solar farm, and the conservation easements instead of the septic fields and so forth. If we do redesignate this and put it inside the PSA, excuse me, is there any assurance we can have in the comprehensive plan that all of those plans would actually come to fruition?
No, there would not be.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
I guess just, Mr. Holt, I guess it's your turn. Just on the Moortown Road, can you just clarify, there seems to be varying opinions about the levels of service along Richmond Road and the different intersections regarding Moortown Road extended and what the impacts would be in 2040?
Sure. So I'll do my best to sort of reduce, again, sort of a 2-year planning effort that I believe culminated in 2013, 2014, maybe, with the Moortown Road corridor study. To Ms. Null's point, there's been additional work since then. I don't have all of that in one spot, but there have been some newer developments since then. You know, some of the congestion, like on Airport Road, or Lightfoot Road, rather, it's all relative, right? And so there are no current plans to widen out Lightfoot Road. In general, the corridor study that was completed and the final corridor study for Moortown Road projected that in general, the development traffic may increase delay at the intersections on Croker Road, but improve traffic conditions on Lightfoot Road. In addition to providing access to the property along the corridor, the Moortown Road extension is expected to attract through traffic from Rochambeau, Richmond Road, and Hummelzine Parkway. It also concluded that overall the Moortown Road extension would provide additional capacity to the area roadway network. It found that this would be beneficial in carrying traffic diverted from I-64 or Richmond Road during emergency conditions or when incidents reduce the capacity of those roads. Further found that VDOT identified a need for an improved alternative route in the northern portion of James City County should I-64 be used for one-way evacuations, and that this would allow another route for emergency vehicles to travel in the opposite direction of the evacuation to those areas in need. It found that the analysis that corridor study did envisioned development of the Moortown Road EO property, both in York County and James City County side, and it compared 2040 no-build traffic conditions to the build-out of that road and the build-out of that property in 2040 with build-out. The analysis demonstrated that the extension will support development along the corridor with no increase in level of service, except in the segment of Moortown Road between Lightfoot Road and East Rochambeau Drive. And so that's that segment there between the back gate into the Pottery and the signal where you would turn, say, if you were going to Walmart and Lowe's. Found that intersection improvements would reduce delays at the intersection of Lightfoot Road and Moortown Road if Moortown Road was extended, and that would offset the increased delay in the segment to the southeast. Again, that's that Lightfoot Road intersection. The analysis also showed improved traffic operations along Richmond Road and Lightfoot Road for most scenarios. So again, I mentioned earlier, a lot of those intersections, a lot of the congestion, it's all relative. It did found acceptable levels of service, which are in the green on the scenario maps that Ms. Null referenced, and in the analysis for the Croker Road, when it was widened out to 4 lanes, those through lanes would operate in acceptable levels of service. For the no-build traffic congestions in 2040, the intersection of Croker Road and Richmond Road was shown to be failing. The intersection of Lightfoot Road and Richmond Road were shown to be failing. Now, that did not change under the build scenario. Those intersections were still shown as red. Those through road segments on Croker Road were still green. It did find that with development of the EO property and the extension of Moortown Road all the way through, that in the portion of Norge, kind of closest towards the Croker Road intersection, it would take 200 vehicles per day off of Richmond Road. It did find also that on Lightfoot Road, the Moortown Road extension would reduce traffic on that roadway by 1,100 vehicles per day. I mentioned a couple of things have happened since then. Again, congestion is all relative. Congestion, when you do free up an area, sometimes it absolutely comes right back. People always take the path of least resistance. We heard that earlier today. Since development of this, VDOT has completed an updated traffic study of the intersection of Croker Road and Richmond Road as part of their final design plans to widen Croker Road. I just don't remember those results here tonight. Certainly, their goal in doing that is to improve level of service conditions at that particular intersection. And as was just shared with the Board of Supervisors 2 nights ago, VDOT has a new project initiative to install hardware along Richmond Road from Lightfoot all the way through, and to put into place some reprogramming of those traffic signals to better allow for traffic flow through that corridor with all of the new changes, all of the new built development. As I understand it, as they shared with the board 2 nights ago, the hardware is in place. They're developing the software and the programming for those systems now. But yes, certainly, a lot of the congestion is keeping up with it. A lot of it is continuing to try to make improvements. Those improvements weren't reflected in the study, in the Moortown Road corridor study, as well as whatever design refinements that VDOT made to the Croker Road widening. So, like I say, I don't have all those in one spot, but there have been several developments, again, aimed at easing congestion and improving traffic flow on Richmond Road.
And then in the Moortown Road corridor study, even though the peak hours were lower levels of service, it did say that the Moortown Road would lessen the delays. Is that correct? I think it was in the summary or the conclusion.
It did. I think the only, again, some of them didn't change. A few of them got better. I think the only one that I noted that got worse, there's one near, one of the intersections near Maxton Lane. The other one on Croker Road on the other side of the interstate improved. But again, some of the recent design work that VDOT has done as part of the Croker Road widening, I did note took into account sort of the build out of the corridor. It probably did not account for any type of detailed review about what would be possible on Moortown Road extension. It probably took that area generally from the regional traffic model.
And EO limits residential development to 15% or less for the Hill
That's what the
Pleasant Farm?
current ordinance requires, is that from a square footage point of view, the residential development in the EO district be no more than 15%.
So to Mr. Haldeman's concern, it's not necessarily an overabundance of residential development the way the ordinance is currently written.
As currently written,
I mean,
no.
that's just my opinion. You don't have to.
Sure. Well, but in fairness to the market study that was done as part of the corridor study was really inconclusive, right? And certainly, as we all know, there's been a lot of market dynamics that have shifted and changed since 2013. And so one of the reasons why there were sort of three alternative corridor suggestions, recommendations, analyses within the one document, it wasn't easy to arrive at a single scenario because each one of those road alignments was more beneficial or not, depending on what the ultimate mix of development would. Some worked better for industrial, some worked better for commercial, depending on whether the road was one-sided, two-sided, what some of the costs were, and so definitely added into the mix for sure. But fundamentally, the way that the EO ordinance is currently written, the amount of residential would be limited.
Thanks. Sorry, I didn't mean to hijack, so.
While you're up, may I? The Moortown Road study was written in 2013. As you pointed out, there are a lot of dynamics since then, a lot of dynamics. I wasn't so concerned about the residential component of the EOZ, the 15%. That's going to happen regardless, and there'll have to be some access to it one way or another. But I would point out that in 2013, all the property in York County on both sides of Lightfoot Road, from Richmond Road to Moortown Road, was designated economic opportunity. And now, as you know, it's high-density residential. All that previously forested land on Boliphant's, the north side of Moortown Road, back behind the shopping center and the professional park there, that was all designated economic opportunity zone. And now it's not. It's residential. And in fact, all the houses are built. Well, no, they're not, because there's more. They just clear cut another parcel to build more houses. So that report, like a lot of traffic studies, was built on static assumptions. No traffic engineer has ever learned the concept of, of build it and they will come, or if they've learned it, they've ignored it. It's just, I-66 runs west from DC into Loudoun County. It's now 6 lanes most of the way. It was started in 1968. Loudoun County had something like 50,000 people in it. It's now 6 lanes completed. Loudoun County has 450,000 people. And I-66 is the world's longest parking lot. It's totally impassable most times of the day. You can't pave your way out of this. You just can't. I'm not lecturing you, Paul, I'm sorry. You can't pave your way out of this. That's all.
Just add one other comment. It's back to your Monticello Road. And I think Paul will tell you this, is that we've had comprehensive plans says we need to fix Monticello Road. The fixes were at News Road, and it was signalization all the way down. That hasn't changed the congestion on that road, and nor will signalization change the Richmond Road. And you've told me how many times we're never going to fix the Lightfoot Richmond Road because of the CSX. I mean, you're going to be lucky if you can do the Airport Road one, which I'm voting for. But York County isn't going to stop, and we're going to continue to see
So
that.
why should we penalize James City County residents for what York County's doing?
Here's the answer. People don't want the traffic and the development, but yet we're going to say, do it. 94% of the county in the last survey said, no, we have enough, but yet we're pushing it down their throat. That's what we're doing.
Well, from the folks that live at my end of the county, they would prefer to keep the Moortown Road in as an option.
I got that. I got that. That's why we're going to take a straw vote on something here.
Because again, why would we penalize the folks who live at the northern and western ends of the county for York County's
I don't see it
development?
that way.
I don't see it that way
I
either.
don't see that at all.
The penalty will come when so much more development is induced by more and wider roads. And
We've just said we're going to go to 1 to 20, and, on these land use applications where we say we want the higher density so we can create affordable housing, and let's remember, the biggest gap in the survey is in affordable housing. So we're making recommendations to go from moderate to low-density residential inside the PSA. We're talking about going to 1 to 20 outside the PSA. So where do we address that gap of affordable housing?
Mixed use that we approved and recommended on Richmond Road. That was exactly that. It was a renovation of the corridor and to get away from all the strip malls. That's exactly what that redevelopment was about on the colonial heritage and up and down. Exactly that. I mean, that's why you wanted mixed use off of the 199 Pocahontas Trail. Another opportunity for mixed use, for affordable housing, if we ever get a proffer that allows us to do that, which we don't have on the books. And the only thing that we have is we've proposed in the housing is inclusionary housing, which takes a legislative changes so that we can have affordable housing in a mixed use and have it required. But right now we have no guarantee of that happening.
And I won't belabor the point, just referring to the law of induced demand. Mr. Haldeman and I have not seen eye to eye on that, and I just want to differentiate that to say that one size doesn't fit all. In other words, there may be a law of induced demand that applies under certain circumstances, but if you use that, the logic about build it and they will come, then what's the incentive to do any road improvements to reduce the degraded levels of service? I mean, adding another lane, and granted, there's good road design, there's bad road design. So I just want to exercise or urge caution when we're looking at this Moortown Road extended. Doesn't necessarily follow that we're going to have major gridlock or anything like that. Again, to me, you have to differentiate between the traffic conditions and current levels of service versus the universal statement that if you build a road, it'll result in more development. So that's, I just wanted to say that.
I guess the last thing I'm going to say, Rich, is we hired a contractor to be able to tell us about the cumulative impact on traffic, okay? And he gave us his estimate of what the county was going to look like in 2045. So that the intersection of Old Stage Road and the Stonehouse Elementary School is red, level of service, because of the growth that's going to happen there. The section of Lightfoot Road going east on Richmond Road is red. Lightfoot Road is red. And when I say red, I'm talking about a level of service of E and F, when the county's policy is C and D. Centerville, 199 from Tyler all the way out to 199. That's what they've projected, and we paid them to tell us what the cumulative impact of growth is that's being proposed by this land use application. And he's told us. And what are we going to do? Ignore it? Well, on the Richmond Road, the comp plan says don't widen it. Okay? So what's the alternative? More traffic that you know is going to happen? I mean, I'm just boggled that we're not looking at the science of why we did this.
When we call the question on the Moortown Road extension, does anybody want to make a motion? And
I'll move that we recommend putting the Moorhead Road extension back into the future land use map.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we're going to do this as a straw or make a motion? What's,
It's just a straw.
Okay.
But we have to know what we're
okay,
voting
no, I
on.
just,
It's kind of an addendum to the plan. I don't think we need a roll call. All in favor?
aye.
Aye.
That's 4. I'm opposed. Frank's opposed, and
Julie's opposed.
Julie's opposed. So 4-3 to put it back in. Okay. It's not much better than the first one, but
I mean, it's just a recommendation to the board, as you pointed out.
Exactly.
They certainly gave us their input, so this is, up to them.
Are there any other?
I'm sorry, I just got a little sidetracked, so I apologize. I was very intrigued by Mr. Epstein's proposal, which is that land use 0001. I do know, I've seen some of his communities, I visited them, so I mean, I do know that that's Mr. Epstein's vision and the direction that he wants to go with his communities. I've looked at the Walnut Farms, and I've been up to Rockets Landing. I've been out to Seattle to see what they call Z homes, which are homes with solar panels and cisterns, and so it's a particular interest of mine, just for being a weird nerdy thing. But I do think that his concept of being attached or within the PSA and increasing, 6 by 16 acres, the protected lands inside the conservation easement, do a lot of things that are in keeping with our comp plan to protect the environment. So, I would encourage our consideration of extending the PSA, or if my colleagues aren't so inclined, I would hope that we would give serious consideration to that application with an SUP in the future. We certainly know that central wells are not economically viable for JCSA to sustain, and understand that all the other users of the water system, pay for the shortfalls of the central wells in terms of dollars. So, I'd ask your all's consideration of putting that into the PSA. I know it didn't pass before, but we didn't have the benefit of all that we saw in front of us.
Counter, the proposal that Mr. Epstein laid out looked very interesting and environmentally sound and everything, but it's no guarantee that that's going to be approved, that the finance will come through. And my concern is that if you vote to move it back into the PSA or put it into the PSA and his project doesn't come to fruition, you've just added something to the PSA that could result in more conceivably intense development. I would be amenable if it came forward, because we have done this before with cases where an applicant has asked because of their proximity to PSA and so on and so forth, or because of health conditions, which you all remember. But there is the mechanism in place so that if an applicant came forward with a compelling proposal that was ready to go, that we could say, yes, we recommend bringing that into the PSA. Personally, I'd rather wait till we know that this proposal has the financing and the ability to move forward, rather than just the presentation tonight. But that's just me.
I'd feel more comfortable with that. Great, because I remember what happened with Walnut Hills. I mean, they moved the building so that they could claim that they had the foundation down there, and it took forever for it. And so we still haven't seen the affordable housing component of that even built, which is also there. So without those kind of guarantees. Now, on the other hand, I agree with you, Rich, about the environmental piece, the easement, and especially the way that that property sits. It's kind of a peninsula that goes out there and then over the other area. But they're doing something that I think is rather clever in terms of how they've been working with the legislature on that solar farm of theirs to reduce the rate, and probably will. So it could have some long-term impacts for development within the county in terms of being able to reduce people's footprint, okay, as well as making it cheaper. But I would not support going out of here in that direction. But as an SUP, and with a firm master plan, with all the rest of that, yeah, it would be to the benefit to the rest of the folks on that road, frankly, so that when their sewer systems failed, they'd be required to hook up. And that's a long-term view of that.
They were really opposed to that when that came up many years ago, so.
Well, but that happens to be what it would be if they failed. And as I told you, we have more septic fields inside of the PSA than outside.
Anybody else?
Just to note, I'm very supportive of that land use change initially, but Mr. Croft, I like your suggestion, if that is a realistic possibility, that if they bring it forward, we can move that portion into the PSA. I would support that.
Sense is that the commission does not want to redesignate it at this time, though, right?
But I'd like to make a motion on a straw vote that the Planning Commission recommend to the board that they consider this as an SUP if it did come in.
I think.
Oh, Mr. Olson, tell us whether you can do it or not.
Yeah,
I think that would be
sure
premature.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Well, he's going to tell us we can't.
What did we do wrong?
Trying to do my best here as secretary of the commission, kind of keep it all straight and then sort of think through what the ordinance says. So as always, I'll turn to Ellen for assistance. So we can't designate a by right R1 use for an SUP. I think the way the ordinance currently reads is the only SUP component of that would be the solar farm component, as I recall. And the extension of public water and sewer.
There's just not a place in the plan to put language of that nature, is, I guess.
Yeah,
But
because you've
the
still got
minutes-
the underlying
Right,
zoning
but the
that's
minutes
still
of this
there.
meeting can reflect that
Yeah,
to the board.
We're only talking, I mean, we're really just talking, I'm talking about the extension of water and sewer, you know, to the rest of that parcel.
That would be an SUP.
Okay.
So that would be a legislative process. So again, the conditions on that, though, again, I think we might still have Max on the line, and I don't want to get too far in the weeds. You know, the conditions on extending water and sewer would need to be limited to extending water and sewer. I'm not entirely sure we could, by virtue of an SUP to extend water and sewer mains, get into things like providing assurances for zero energy construction or meeting a certain certification requirement, et cetera, et cetera. So just kind of keep those relationship components in mind as
Right.
well.
But if he, just so we're all on the same page, but, you know, but if he made the conservation, the additional 16 acres of conservation easement part of the conditions, we could accept that, right? I mean, that's not a performance standard.
I mean, the conditions would be, for the water and sewer would be proposed by staff. You know, again, it's all speculative at this point, and so I can't make assurances that we could. I'm not sure that we couldn't. There's got to be that rational nexus between extending water and sewer and what the conditions are, right? They kind of can't be, but so disjointed. So again, all of this is real speculative right now. I think the short answer is, you know, but for those things that are already in the ordinance that requires a legislative process, by virtue of the comp plan update, you can't attach additional conditions or expectations for this particular move in this property. And, you know, likewise, historically, the Planning Commission and Board have never considered an out-of-cycle comp plan update. So, you know, again, if the idea was, well, we could consider the PSA change at the time they come forward with the legislative SUP request for water and sewer extension, and they can amend the comp plan at that time, that would very much be an off-cycle request. And again, we just don't have the the history or the expectation for those. So, again, whatever kind of comes out of this comp plan, if we stay true to the processes and the norms that the county has always followed, the next time to revisit that would be as part of the next comp plan update.
Yeah, Paul, I can maybe quickly, I'm coming in from the
Thank you.
roof now, maybe.
Yes, please, Max.
I think in theory, Mr. O'Connor is correct. There could be an easement that attached to a future, development proposal, like Mr. Epstein was suggesting. But I think Paul's guidance on sticking to the issue at hand with the comprehensive plan land use designation change is good guidance.
I guess the question I raised, or the point I was raising, is if we vote not to recommend putting that parcel into the PSA, that doesn't mean that if an application came forward, it wouldn't even require an out-of-cycle comp plan revision. It would be like the trailer park off of Centerville Road, where the Planning Commission recommended to the board that they extend
Correct.
sewer and water.
So the staff recommendation and the staff analysis would be based on the comprehensive plan as adopted. But again, it's a policy document,
Right.
and Planning Commission could consider other factors, and the board would have the ultimate say, which could include conceivably approving things outside the PSA. And you're right, on somewhat rare occasion, they've done that previously. So, correct, without needing a comp plan change, correct.
Move on to another subject. Mr. Polster,
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the comp plan.
including the future land use map.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Holt, would you please call the roll?
1 second again.
May not have proposed it quite right, so you may want to ask me if I did.
Do I understand that what we've discussed here tonight and so forth can still be discussed when we go to the Board of Supervisors? Some of the recommendations, like the recommendations I put out or Tim put out, I mean,
They will go as an addendum, I guess, or
as an addendum.
as a suggestion, or
Okay. As long as they're
I think
included,
the
that's
best-
what I'm.
If I could
They'll be
jump in
included.
quickly. I think the best way to address the different planning commissioners' proposed amendments or recommendations as addenda would be if Mr. Polster's motion to adopt the comprehensive plan goes forward, then individual planning commission members could make motions to include language changes, and those could be voted, but I think they should be voted up or down as recommendations to the Board of Supervisors, not just as sort of loose, contained within the minutes suggestions.
I agree, Max, so that you have a carbon sequestration one, you had a bunch of them, so, I mean, we'll do an up and down vote, straw vote, and we'll see.
Okay.
Max, could you repeat that guidance for me, please?
I
I'm
thought he said we had to vote
still trying to
first
track that.
to accept it. No.
So if Mr. Polster's motion is to adopt the comprehensive plan, it could be handled in a number of ways. There could be sort of subservient motions to amend that motion. I think the cleaner way is probably to take each motion on its own. So vote Mr. Polster's motion to adopt the comprehensive plan, and then if Planning Commission members have subsequent motions they'd like to make for additional recommendations to go, along with that comprehensive plan, then those could be voted on individually.
Okay.
If that's the case, can we flip the order so that we could understand the attachments before we vote on the comprehensive plan?
I think they're two different things, because the attachments are not included as part of the comprehensive plan and future land use map as currently presented.
Separate.
So as I understand it, again, the motion on the floor would be to recommend approval to the Board of Supervisors of the comprehensive plan and future land use map as presented in your agenda packets. And again, just for purposes of clarity in the vote, I did not hear any conditions or additives to that motion. So, you know, for things like Moortown Road, for some of the requests from Mrs. Knoll, you know, those will follow with votes, and for purposes of the minutes, for purposes of the recommendations to the board, we will articulate and enumerate those in the minutes and what goes forward to the board. Right, Max?
Do we have a motion on the
Yes,
floor?
it could be handled as Mr. Rose suggested. It could be handled ahead of time. I think if the planning commission desires to, attempt to sort of incorporate those into the ultimate motion for the recommendation on the language of the comprehensive plan, I think it is best to address each of those, I guess, adopting the comprehensive plan at large, but they could also be included as addenda recommendations, those that get a majority vote.
But I think we have a motion on the floor, and I think we're just chasing our tail here.
Well, it just gets to, it's whether you want to do the overall vote first or the individual pieces first, but we've got a current motion on the floor.
I'm sorry, this is just a clarification. This isn't a debate on substance. You know, the issue or the concern I have is, you know, if we approve the comp plan as drafted without any other considerations, then that is the recommendation that goes to the Board of Supervisors, which will significantly impact the way I vote on for this comp plan. You know, if we have the discussion about recommending these changes in the comp plan, you know, this evening prior to voting for the comp plan, it will impact the way that I vote on the comp plan this evening after what I've heard here tonight.
And Ellen had reminded me, I guess, in years past, we had done the pieces first and then the overall. But again, we've got a motion on the floor.
For clarification, after everything's done and said, whatever the addendums are and how they're voted, it's not going to change the comp plan as it was in our package or the land use map. Am I right?
It just goes forward as a recommendation to the
That's
board.
all it does.
That's correct.
So there's no reason why we couldn't vote on the entire comp plan right now, as well as the land use, which is a motion on the floor.
Hold, please call the roll.
Ms. Knoll?
No.
Mr. Rose?
Aye.
Mr. Polster?
Aye.
Ms. Leverins?
Aye.
Mr. Crop?
Aye.
Mr. O'Connor?
No.
And Mr. Haldeman?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Do we want to revote the Moortown Road extension, or is that already?
I think there were, it sounded like there may have been a number of items that a
I
couple
know,
of
but-
commissioners wanted to put forward on the floor and maybe make a
I'm
motion.
sure there are, but should we start with Moortown? Is what we've done with Moortown Road acceptable as a recommendation to the board?
Max, help me out here procedurally.
I would recommend that there be a motion and a vote on including Moortown Road extension if it's not currently part of the adopted, the recommended comprehensive plan.
Mr. Crop, would you repeat your motion,
Sure.
please?
I move to add the Moortown Road extension to the future land use map.
Call the roll, please, Mr. Holt.
Ms. Knoll?
Aye.
Mr. Rose?
Aye.
Mr. Polster?
No.
Ms. Leverins?
No.
Mr. Crop?
Aye.
Mr. O'Connor?
Aye.
And Mr. Haldeman?
No.
Motion carries.
Any other recommended changes to the plan?
I'm sorry, it's not recommended changes to the plan,
Recommendation to the board.
recommendation to the board. We're not changing the plan. Plan got approved.
Gotcha, okay. Recommendations to the board. Ms. Knoll?
I move that we recommend to the board that that JCC will not accept the use of windmills as alternative energy, and to make the SUP conditions more restrictive to provide protection for our forested land. Is that okay like that?
I don't understand the second half.
Second half, okay, fine. I was doing a paragraph, okay. My recommendation is to amend the opening paragraph 4.6 to include with the exception of windmill farms, as JCC will not accept them or their use as alternative energy.
Okay, great. That's a motion. Call the roll, please, Mr. Holt.
Ms. Snow,
Aye.
Mr. Rose,
No.
Mr. Polster,
No.
Ms. Leverins,
No.
Mr. Crop,
No.
Mr. O'Connor,
No.
and Mr. Haldeman.
No.
Motion does not pass.
Any further recommendations to the board?
I'd like to move, we didn't really discuss it a whole lot, but I would like to move that we consider for rural lands density bonuses for clusters. So I don't know if you all want to have a discussion about what that number is, or if you just want to make it a part of the consideration, and then we can just make it part of the ordinance rewrite unless Mr. Lavin's got a different direction.
No, you can make the recommendation as general or as specific as you'd like, and that can be included in the adopted comprehensive plan language by the board of supervisors if they choose. And as you mentioned, it could be initiated by other means later on down the line.
Okay.
Recommend to the board that they consider higher density for rural clusters.
Just that we add language to the rural lands for the density that permits a higher density for clustering, so in the rural lands. So sorry, that's not very artful. It sounded better earlier.
So it would be helpful for staff in the motion just to understand expectations and for folks to understand, again, so that we can best articulate this to the board. Do you have a specific GSA in mind that you would propose adding that text to? Would it be just in the general text description of the rural lands paragraph? Ellen, help me out here. Just, again, got to make sure we just
Sure,
get it right.
understood.
Just as something, as a starting point, it seems like the designation description language for rural lands talks about rural clusters and the expectations for density. So if the commission wished to recommend that that language be adjusted in that manner, that is one place that could go.
Great recommendation. Thanks, Alan.
I don't understand what we're voting on or the
So-
implications of it and what value, what does the county get out of it if we give them a density? I mean, usually when we talk about density bonuses, there are conditions associated with it. I mean, we've done that with the descriptions for the mixed-use areas and the different density pieces. So what is staff proposing as conditions associated with this?
I mean, specific conditions would most generally apply at the rezoning stage or the SUP for the cluster.
Now you really confused me.
So my recommendation is that we just through the comp plan enable, like we do everything else, an ordinance, a consideration for an ordinance in rural lands that allow for higher density. I'm not going to call it a bonus, but a higher density for clustering than the 1 to 20 acres.
I don't understand the implications of something like that. I really don't. I mean, we did a staff analysis that described exactly what pieces of property over 100 acres that this would fall underneath. And without some kind of analysis about what the density bonus would look like on those pieces of property that are larger than 100 acres or so, and just say, oh, well, 20 acre, then we'll let that, no. No, I couldn't agree to something like that without knowing what we're getting into. Or what would the board know about it? I mean, would you pull out your little sheet again and say, here's what those properties are, and here's what the implication is of the density?
I think the issue is we continually hear from the landowners that we are devaluing their property. You know, I'm not going to go so far as to call it a taking, but, you know, there are some arguments that downzoning is equivalent to a taking. And I'm trying to create an opportunity for those landowners to come to the planning staff and say, we'll develop our parcel at 1 to 20 acres, or at some point, we'll develop an ordinance that says we're willing to consider, I don't know what the number is, 1 to 10, 1 to 5, 1 to 12, whatever it is, and that they would come in and say, of my 200 acres, I'm proposing to put in, 40 homes or 50 homes or 100 homes, and here are the benefits of what land is preserved versus what land is developed.
In principle, I think we're reversing what we said we didn't want to do, which was not to have density within the rural land.
But our
when
comp plan says we
Okay,
want
no,
rural
that's
clusters.
okay. I'm sorry, I'll shut up.
If I might, under rural lands designation description, number 3, recommended density, residents associated with agricultural and forestry activities may be appropriate, but subdivisions of lots should occur at a density of no greater than 1 residence per 20 acres. A very limited amount of residential development could be permitted in the form of rural clusters, provided significant preservation of the natural resources is achieved. Such development does not interrupt rural qualities or character, and the development standards for rural clusters listed below are followed. Below is number 5. If built, rural clusters should develop with the following guidelines. Density, and here's to you, Tim, I think, density should be no higher than the maximum permitted density in the underlying zoning district. You're saying, and I agree with you, if I understand you correctly, that they should be higher. So could we just change 5A under rural lands development standards? Could we recommend to the board that we change the wording of 5A? If built, rural clusters should develop with the following guidelines. A, density should higher, and just higher, without a number, should be higher than the maximum permitted density in the underlying zoning district. That cover it?
I mean, I'm fine, because I recognize it's bottom of the ninth and it's a curveball.
No, it's not. I'm glad you brought it up, because I agree with you.
So I'm not prepared to say
Julie,
there is a number.
Yeah, I'd like to just interject. Instead of saying should be, how about if we say maybe higher then?
I think that would be a clean way to propose a reword of 5A. So current language is density should be no higher than the maximum permitted density in the underlying zoning district. And if I understood the suggestion, it would be densities may be higher than the maximum permitted density in the underlying zoning district.
With the conditions listed above.
Make the motion.
So moved.
Call the roll.
Call the roll, please, Mr. Holt.
Telling me to hurry up for somebody changes their mind?
Faster.
I think they cut the AC off again. I don't know if that plays into that. I got it as long as I could. Ms. Null.
Aye.
Mr. Rose.
Aye.
Mr. Polster.
Aye.
Ms. Leverins.
Aye.
Mr. Kropp.
Aye.
Mr. O'Connor.
Aye.
And Mr. Haldeman.
Aye.
Good catch, Jack.
Any other recommendations to attach?
Would you all be opposed, just to clarifying, environmental 3.7.1, the GSA 3.7.1, which is investigate carbon sequestration approaches as may be permitted by State Code 15.2-4901. I just think if we could clarify it to explain what the enabling legislation is, then it will just make it a little bit clearer for our citizens, so.
Just to, like a one-sentence description of the state ordinance?
Yeah, or, I mean, we could make it a point too that just says, that, the EDA has the power to facilitate and support landowner access. I
don't know what
just-
that means. If I'm understanding your context, would it be specific to the preservation of existing forested land in the rural lands of James City County?
I think, Frank, that was one of your pieces. My concern.
Let me try to say this, and then maybe this helps. There's two different approaches for the carbon sequestration piece. You could use a private firm, which is what Fauquier County will start to do for it. And that company resides here in the state of Virginia, in Plains, Virginia, as a matter of fact, and they could be the aggregator of it, okay? There's the possibility underneath the federal regulations that the agriculture department will provide guidance to folks. The other one is, and why I was looking at the EDA, is a way for the county to make money, because it's not just James City County, it's York, Charles City, and New Kent County that you could aggregate. So it could end up being a money-making proposition for the county underneath the EDA. It's another economic development piece of taking a look at the rural lands, okay? What's more is if the task force that reports back in January says we're going to include carbon sequestration for farmland as well as wetlands, that opens up other opportunities. So I'm not necessarily wed for the EDA to do that, except it could make money out of the thing, in the same way that other counties make money on that piece. So I'm only looking for us to look at enabling ways for us to take advantage of the sequestration and what the law permits. And I'm not necessarily wed to the EDA. And I would expect that when the staff went to look at it, it would look at what was probably a range of best practices to decide whether or not the EDA or a private firm or another firm would be it. But the enabling language would require an ordinance on the part of the county to be able to do this. That's all this language says. It permits them to put an ordinance in place to establish that the EDA would do the forest sequestration. That's all it does. It doesn't say that. That's a decision that the board will make when it finally gets to the ordinance. So there's no foul or harm by keeping it the way it is what I'm trying to say.
I think for me, the foul is, as the code's written today, it just defines that one piece about facilitating and supporting, and if 15.2-4901 changes, we may be committing our EDA or ourselves to something that we're not in agreement with. I have no problem with the carbon sequestration discussion and writing an ordinance and those types of things. I just feel like it's sort of a blank slate by.
Okay, I got it. So I'll make the motion that the language in 372 just say investigate changes to the zoning or investigate carbon sequestration approaches, period.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm trying to glean from your intent, again, as we're talking specific to rural lands, if somebody mentioned earlier, there are probably upcoming technologies that haven't even been introduced to Virginia yet, or evolving technologies in this field. And Mr. O'Connor, I, again, for purposes of clarity in the motion, I was reading into your intent, again, if we're specifically talking about rural lands, that maybe the efforts should be focused on preserving the existing rural character and taking advantage of the existing natural areas in our rural areas, rather than aggregating landowners who may want to come in, combine properties to put in battery packs or technology or man-made solutions to capture that carbon versus just taking advantage of our existing natural tree canopy. And so I guess I'm trying to get to your point of the idea of sort of focusing that effort specific to our rural lands. Would it be just to
Because
preserve
it's
the tree
environmental,
canopy?
I thought that was our whole intent, was to protect our rural lands and our forested areas.
I'd have to go back and take a look at the language, but I think it's specific to forest sequestration. And any expansion of that is not within that proviso. And what's more is that's why the task force on the part of the state does now include farmland and wetlands, which are also rural characters.
Yeah, but the enabling legislation with the code just says facilitate and support landowner access to carbon markets through aggregation of landowners to reach a size that attracts the investment of private capital. So it doesn't say anything about being.
And the carbon markets we're talking about is the RGGI, which is what the state's involved in. That's what they're selling their own carbon
Right,
credits
but
for.
to Mr. Holt's point, that's the current technology, and
Well, I'm really sort of picking at the nuance of the reference to the state code. I mean, the next General Assembly session, that state code could be amended to say something
that's what I mean.
different. And
That's
so
why I'm
if
trying
you
to
all's
strike
goal
that
is to make it
language.
very specific, but under the auspices of that program, adding clarity to the intent of that desire to preserve existing forested assets in James City County could be a way to, as you say, add some specificity to the request.
If I might
yeah.
just add, there are a dozen references in this comprehensive plan to state code. Or do we bear that risk with all of them? No,
Sure,
there
I was
are. I
opening
mean,
that door, but,
Yeah. There are. There's at least a dozen. There may be more.
So, I think some of the question has been with this new legislation being so new, just don't know what it means for James City County yet. So again, if you all have something specific in mind, articulating that
Yeah,
within
I
some
was trying to
proposed.
rephrase the thing so it would say,
Yeah.
investigate carbon sequestration approaches that may protect the rural lands of the county.
Rural lands and existing tree canopy.
Right.
Leave the code off.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
You
Because
don't have a problem with the code?
how you execute this is still up in the air. It may be that the EDA and somebody else will decide that. Okay, it may be that we use a private firm, which is what Fauquier County is doing. Okay, I mean, so it's, the approach to getting the thing is not important to me, but the idea that we're going to use this is another way to one, reimburse landowners for the ecosystem services that they provide, which are forest sequestration, stormwater, and those sort of things, to recompense them for that. So I'm okay with the rural land piece.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Am I repeat them? So is.
Okay, so it was.
Mr. O'Connor, Mr. Polster.
It was investigate carbon sequestration approaches as they may apply to the rural lands of the county and the forestry. Is that what you added? The forest canopy.
And the existing forest canopy.
Right.
And did I also hear that might give you some more flexibility to remove that specific reference to that state code section?
Oh, yeah, remove it.
Okay.
I would take
So
out existing.
Strike that sentence.
And I would take out existing from what you just said.
You all right with that, Jim? That get to your
No,
point?
Yeah, it's where I wanted to get, so.
Mr. Holt, please call the roll. Hurry.
Ms. Knoll,
Aye.
Mr. Rose,
Aye.
Mr. Polster.
Aye.
Ms. Leverins,
Aye.
Mr. Crop,
Aye.
Mr. O'Connor,
Aye.
and Mr. Alderman.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries.
This discussion is an example of what it's been for 2 years, a collegial discussion with give and take.
Any
really
further
appreciate that,
recommendations to the board?
I just have one, sorry, I know it's me, and I know we all don't agree on all these land use recommendations, but there was one I think we all had advanced, which is this land use number, application number 17, which is, we heard from the owners this evening. I think that went through with a positive recommendation from us, and the board gave a separate direction at our last work session. You know, I recognize the rock and the hard place that we're in as a recommending body and got direction from the supervising body, but I really think this is an application that, you know, to me, it never should have made it onto our land use applications anyway. You know, and the thing that causes me pause this evening is we heard from, I think it was Mr. Cook. Yeah, Larry Cook, you know, who owns the one parcel that's immediately adjacent and shares an entrance with the place next door. And for me, that's a compelling reason. That wasn't part of our discussion before, and to me, that's a compelling reason to have that discussion. Because again, who on a residential, you know, piece is gonna want to share access with a retail strip? So, you know, I would like it to reconsider it. Just, I'll leave it to you all for discussion.
Reconsider it how?
A motion?
Making a recommendation to the board that it goes back to neighborhood commercial, which is what it's currently designated to be.
I agree with you, but we've already said in our decision on the Monticello shops that we're not going to approve neighborhood commercial applications.
Are you referring to the previous land use case?
No, I think in that case, and I was not there for that discussion, I think it was less about, you know, it was less about the fact that it was neighborhood commercial versus what the application was at the time. So if I'm hearing the landowners correctly, they would like it to remain neighborhood commercial. And then it's on them to come back with an application that satisfies the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. But again, this is just another case where, you know, we are not compensating them. So, you know, if the board finds it in their realm to purchase that piece of property and turn it into a park or some open space or whatever, then so be it. But you know, I mean, there's a few of these that I don't agree with, but that's one that I just really feel compelled to bring back, because
I strongly agree with you. As I've said countless times, these people are being treated very unfairly. But it's hard for me to imagine a commercial application that fits that property better than the one we turned down.
But we don't.
But
but we don't have to.
That's not our
I mean, that's.
But if we keep it as neighborhood commercial, and then the first guy who comes in and applies to do it, we turn him down.
No, the reason I was, as you were part of that vote, and I voted against it because a big component was like a Jiffy Lube, and my concern was that's the type of business that is running vehicles through every 20 minutes or something, and I felt that use was much too intense given the traffic concerns. But I agree with Tim. I am supportive of neighborhood commercial, and I think it's like anything else. I think this applicant came forward and he tried to push the upper limits of neighborhood commercial. And I know my vote, I can't speak for everybody else, but my vote was that was much too intense a use for that location. But, you know, a neighborhood commercial operation could be conceivably a bank, for example. That's a smaller volume of traffic and not the big turnaround. So I just wanted to say I don't think it's a given that if we keep that as neighborhood commercial, any application will be denied. just don't feel that.
You should wait in line behind my ATM at my bank. I mean, you want to see high-intensity traffic. I mean, holy smokes.
Yeah. But I know for me, it was the fact that they had like a Jiffy Lube in there, and I felt that was not consistent with the intent of neighborhood commercial.
Well, I'm perfectly happy to put it back in the neighborhood commercial. I'm just skeptical.
I'll just make a motion that we advance land use 20-0017. Is that right?
I'm just triple checking. That's right.
Back to the board of directors, or back to the board of supervisors with the recommendation that it retain its neighborhood commercial designation.
Question, please, are we talking about all 3 parcels, or are we talking about the 1 parcel?
I think the application was all 4.
3.
There's 4 in there.
4, I'm sorry. Okay, I just want to make sure I know what we're,
No, good point. I appreciate that. So, yes.
if it was just the 1, because it's right there on that, but all 4, we're back to where we were for more intensive use.
Yeah, but, but because it's multiple property owners, they don't all have to come back,
No, but he is the one that organized them.
No, understood.
Okay.
But he may decide, that one parcel owner may decide if he has this window, he's moving on it and leave the others behind.
I understand,
So,
but we don't know. We're doing all 4, is what you're saying. Okay, I got my question.
Call the roll, please, Mr. Holt.
Ms. Knoll.
Aye.
Mr. Rose.
Aye.
Mr. Polster.
No.
Ms. Leverance.
No.
Mr. Krupp.
Aye.
Mr. O'Connor.
aye.
And Mr. Haldeman.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries.
I will be quiet now.
No, we're having fun.
Any other recommendations?
I don't have a recommendation, but I just want to thank the police officers from James City County who spent the entire evening, and I think stayed awake most of the time. But thank you very much for being out here and being available.
Before we voted on the entire plan, so that's great. Planning Commission considerations, there are none. Planning Director's report.
On this evening. No, well, that was
Good
it.
thing.
That's right. So we've had it.
Planning Commission discussion and requests, BOS coverage for July 13th. Mr. Rose.
Congratulations.
Anything else?
You get to summarize all of this.
Are you warning me about something?
This is their
This is
topic.
going. We'll
talk.
We'll help you. We'll draft some notes.
Paul will draft your notes for you, like he did for me.
Chair will gladly entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chairman?
Second.
Mr. Chairman, this is Julie.
Oh, hi.
Mr. Chairman? Hi, I'm not going to be able to attend the July Planning Commission meeting. I just want to let you know.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Be out of town. Thank you.
Make a motion that we adjourned.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for coming, everybody. And
Thank
to
you.
staff, you've been great. Thank you.